It is 9 o'clock. Call the meeting to order. One is to approve the agenda. So moved.
Second.
By Brian, second by Mary. Any discussion about today's agenda? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. We'll move into communication with public comment. The board has a significant interest in maintaining the decorum of its meetings. It is expected that members of the public and the board will address each other with civility. The orderly process of the board meeting will not be interfered with or disrupted by public comment. Only individuals recognized by the board president will be allowed to speak. Comments by others are out of order. If disruptive, the individual causing disruption will be asked to leave the board meeting. Abusive, disruptive, or defamatory comments will not be permitted. State Board's agenda is full, and I will place a maximum of 30 minutes for public comment. I'll give each speaker 5 minutes or 3 minutes if there are a large number of speakers. At the end of your allotted time, we'll ask you to conclude, and the board will move on to the next speaker. The department will not respond to public comment aside from requesting clarification. The department may place a topic raised in public comment on a future agenda. A topic from public comment that is not related to an item on today's agenda will not be addressed at today's meeting. We have public comment today.
If you wish to address the board, please use the raise hand feature at the bottom of your screen. If you're calling in, please press *9 to raise your hand. There don't appear to be any speakers.
All right, we will move on to the director's report. Director Snow.
Thank you, President Robbins, Vice President Axiotis, and members of the board. To kick off our report, I'd like to share some incredible celebrations that we have had statewide since our last board meeting, starting with the 2026 Iowa Teacher of the Year. At the end of last month, Governor Reynolds and I were in Sheldon, Iowa at a surprise assembly announcing Stephanie Pritz, a 23-year veteran elementary teacher and instructional coach, as the 2026 Iowa Teacher of the Year. And just a week prior, we had announced Iowa's second ever 9 regional teachers of the year. In addition to Stephanie, who serves as the Northwest Regional Teacher of the Year, we celebrated Allison Parjan, who is a junior high and high school mathematics and computer science teacher in Montezuma. She serves as our Central Rivers Regional Teacher of the Year. Marissa Moore is a high school English language arts teacher in Clear Creek, Amana, serving as our Grant Wood Regional Teacher of the Year. Tony Onesto is a high school art teacher in Burlington, serving as our Great Prairie Regional Teacher of the Year. Kelly Myers is a K-8 math and science teacher at Homegrown Christian Learning Center in Osceola, having transitioned from the Murray Community School District, and she serves as the Green Hills Regional Teacher of the Year. Gregory Ballard is a high school marine biology teacher in Des Moines Public Schools and serves as the Heartland Regional Teacher of the Year. Ben Reese is a high school Spanish teacher in Maquoketa, and she serves as our Keystone Regional Teacher of the Year. Dawn Reingans is a 7th grade science teacher in North Scott, serving Mississippi Bend as the Regional Teacher of the Year. And Christy Mentink is a kindergarten teacher in Harris Lake Park, serving as the Prairie Lakes Regional Teacher of the Year. So they obviously represent excellence across all corners of our state in different grade bands and different subject areas and different school types, urban, suburban, rural. And we have wonderful video profiles of each of the Regional Teachers of the Year on our YouTube channel. We've also shared those across social media. So we hope that you all have an opportunity to watch, to engage, and to celebrate these outstanding teachers across all corners of our state. The other big celebration was the day before that announcement. The department team, along with President Robbins and member Grace Betchel, joined Governor Reynolds at the Capitol to announce our 4 Iowa schools designated as the state's first ever inaugural Iowa Blue Ribbon Schools for 2025, following the U.S. Department of Education returning that program to the states. Formerly called the National Blue Ribbon Schools, this prestigious program is now a state-led recognition initiative honoring some of our great schools as models of excellence, not only in Iowa, but across the nation. Our inaugural 2025 Blue Ribbon Schools are Albia Middle School, Bryant Elementary School in Dubuque, George Little Rock Elementary, and Prairie Hill Elementary and College Community School District. And again, I hope you have the opportunity to review the recording of this great event, look at the photos, see the news stories across statewide and local media, and join the incredible celebration of each of these school communities' outstanding achievements, and share your thanks and congratulations to them for the great work that they do. And then the last component is a forward-looking celebration. The department has also launched its inaugural Iowa Purple Star School program to recognize schools that demonstrate excellence in supporting military-connected students and their families. Those applications are open through December 31st on the department's website, and we'll look forward to inviting you to a spring celebration of those schools. We also have some updates in our federal space. Yesterday, the U.S. Department of Education announced 6 new IAAs, or interagency agreements, with 4 federal agencies as a part of their continued work to return education to the states. Their agreements included 2 with the Department of Labor, which will assume management of most of the programs, and OESC, which is the Office of Elementary and Secondary Education, and OPE, the Office of Post-Secondary Education. There's also an IAA with the Department of Interior to manage the Office of Indian Education programs within the existing Bureau of Indian Education in the Department of the Interior. There are 2 IAAs with HHS. They will take on management of C-Campus, which stands for Child Care Access Means Parents in School, as well as Foreign Medical Accreditation. And then finally, there's an IAA with the Department of State, which will manage international and foreign language education programs. The IAAs announced do not include OSEP or OSERS, OSEP, the Office of Special Education Programs, or OCR, the Office of Civil Rights. As you all know, Iowa has delivered really remarkable results for students, just again, improving overall and identified school performance, increasing early literacy and science proficiency rates, reducing chronic absenteeism, increasing attendance, increasing work-based learning attainment, and strengthening our teacher pipeline. So as the Department of Education, the U.S. Department of Education, works to return education to the states, the Iowa Department of Education and Iowa schools are well positioned to leverage improved flexibility and accountability to continue to accelerate student learning with these remarkable results we've seen. Likewise, the alignment of post-secondary education options to a strong workforce pipeline is essential, and we look forward to continuing to partner with the U.S. Departments of both Education and Labor to empower all Iowans with in-demand credentials that prepare them to succeed in high-skill, high-wage, and public good careers here in Iowa. I'm also going to provide a brief update on Iowa's first in the nation Unified Allocation Plan. In September, the department submitted its revised Iowa Unified Allocation Plan proposal to the U.S. Department of Education for consideration, shaped by robust stakeholder feedback, a public survey, and superintendent and school leaders' thoughtful input, reflecting their leadership in the implementation of ESEA programs, or Elementary and Secondary Education Act programs. Just as a reminder, if approved, Iowa's first in the nation plan will align 8 ESEA programs and resources to our state and local education priorities. It will bolster our school improvement efforts informed by accountability and assessment. and it will support school districts' focus on best serving students most in need of support. To better serve our students, families, educators, schools, and communities, our revised plan will achieve 3 significant advancements. One, it will provide SEA or state educational agency flexibility to allow the department to streamline state level administrative processes, modernize our reporting, and allow state administrative and state activities set aside funds to be consolidated based on existing statutory formulas to better align the use of those state set aside funds to our statewide priorities, which of course are behind you. And then secondly, regarding LEA or local education agency flexibility, the department is seeking to expand flexibility in how school districts and subgrantees can utilize their existing Title I Part A, Title I Part D, and Title IV Part A funds based on their local priorities and needs. Program efficiency and school improvement efforts focused on best serving students most in need of support will be further advanced by school districts that choose to use their transferability authority, school-wide program, and local administration funds consolidation flexibilities. And then finally, there is an equitable services opt-in option that was discussed with the Non-Public Schools Advisory Committee once again this past month that would allow and empower a school district and non-public school leaders to choose through meaningful consultation to administer existing ESEA requirements to provide equitable services to eligible non-public school children, teachers, and families through a third-party provider. So together, these 3 advancements form the foundation of our comprehensive approach to implementing our unified allocation plan that promotes state level efficiency, local flexibility, and improved equitable services. And again, the department and our schools are very well positioned to leverage this flexibility and improved accountability in the revised plan to continue to accelerate student learning. Within the Division of Pre-K through 12 Learning, there's been a recent change in leadership at the Iowa Reading Research Center. Dr. Sean Datchuk will be transitioning from his role as director and returning full-time to his role of professor of special education. And of course, we're grateful to Dr. Datchuk for his work and research on the importance of handwriting and early literacy development. And notably, he spearheaded the development of CLIFTR, which stands for Cursive Letter Identification and Formation for Transcription and Early Reading. So the tool that helps you practice cursive handwriting at the department's request, which, as you know, is an innovative cursive handwriting tool that has advanced the implementation of Iowa's rigorous 2024 ELA standards adopted by the State Board of Education. We're also excited to announce that Dr. John Spear will assume the role of interim director at the Iowa Reading Research Center. Many of you know Dr. Spear, who currently serves as a clinical assistant professor and educational policy and leadership studies program at the University of Iowa College of Education. He previously, as you know, served as a teacher, a principal in 2 districts, a superintendent in 3 districts, and as the chief administrator of Grantwood AEA, where he advanced science of reading aligned practices across the region through professional learning and through school improvement supports. And then the 2025 National Civics Bee was held in DC on Veterans Day. At the Bee, middle schoolers across the nation showcased their knowledge of American history and had the opportunity to present their ideas for their communities. Iowa's state champion, Georgia Clark, is a student at West Liberty Community School District, and she placed in the top 10. Congratulations, Georgia. And the application now for the 2026 National Civics Bee is open for students in grades 6 through 8. To officially enter the competition, students must submit a 4-paragraph essay on how they would like to make a difference in their local community. Essays for the competition are accepted through February 3rd on the National Civics Bee application portal. And then please also join us in congratulating our 28 Iowa school districts and public charter schools who were awarded 3.8 million in competitive subgrants for this school year through the Comprehensive Literacy State Development Department subgrants. And as you know, nationally, we at the department were selected to receive over 24 million in a multi-year CLSD grant awarded by the U.S. Department of Education to advance effective evidence-based literacy practices and interventions across the state. This work builds on the Literacy Changes Lives Act back in 2024, championed by Governor Reynolds, and the department also, as a part of this national grant, continues to work closely with our institutions of higher education, our teacher preparation programs, to align their programs to the science of reading while continuing to support schools implementing evidence-based letters PD. Very briefly, we've got 4 standards updates. At your next meeting, the draft social studies standards will go before the State Board of Education for a first read. And then a second read will take place in the January 2026 meeting, at which the board will have the opportunity to consider adoption of those standards. The social studies standards review team, or the second team, concluded its work a couple weeks ago, reviewing public comments received and making recommendations to the department, which we are now finalizing. At this time, the department is also seeking representatives to serve on the revision committee for the state's social studies essential elements team, which will guide instruction for students with significant cognitive disabilities participating in alternate assessments. Those committee members will meet through January 2026 to March 2026 to make recommendations to the Department of Education, and those applications are due November 24th. Then the revision team, or the first team for the Iowa Quality Preschool Program Standards, has concluded its work making recommendations. The department is finalizing the first proposed revised draft on which we will request public comment in the coming weeks. The revision team, again, this is the first team for our Iowa Early Learning Standards, has convened 3 times this fall, with another meeting scheduled on November 20th. Just as a reminder, our Iowa Quality Preschool Program Standards are the program standards for preschool. A good analogy would be Chapter 12 and K-12. The Iowa Early Learning Standards for 0 to 5 are akin to our content standards in ELA, math, science, social studies, et cetera. So the board will consider those 2 sets of standards separately. And then finally, applications for the computer science, data science, and artificial intelligence standards revision team, the first team, are now open. That team will review and recommend proposed updates to our academic standards. Again, they serve as an advisory capacity to the department. And those applications will close on December 17th, with meetings occurring January through March 2026. And then 2 very brief updates in professional development. We were excited to provide statewide Building Math Minds, the flexibility formula, professional learning to all K-6 teachers. This course is fully flexible, self-paced, and includes optional virtual sessions for additional support and collaboration. And we are now launching our 7th round of Letters PD, with registration open through January 2nd. That PD will begin February of 2026. Shifting into the Division of Special Education, we have published both the IDA DA, Differentiated Accountability, and IDA Part B, Accountability designations. So again, those designations were provided to districts, and they are beginning to engage in the continuous improvement process for IDA DA that focuses on reviewing data linked to key indicators of student outcomes for learners with disabilities. Once that's completed, districts identify areas for improvement and develop action plans. Our IDA level 2 and 3 districts will receive intensive professional learning from the Department of Education, and systems coaching will be provided by our regional special education directors and regional education program consultants, while practice coaching will be provided by our AEA school team members. The IDA level 1 designated districts who want to engage in professional learning in a specially designed instruction or SDI package will be able to receive that professional learning from their AEA at no cost to the district. And then finally, the department continues to host its special education policy and practice webinar series. We just had one on November 12th that was focused on secondary transition planning and 4+ programming for learners with disabilities. Our October 8th meeting focused on accessible educational materials and assistive technology. And then our December meeting on December 10th will focus on unique placements, including out-of-state placements, residential placements, PMIC or Psychiatric Medical Institute for children placements, and more. And as always, all of our recordings, our materials, and our resources for both last year's session, the 24 through 25 webinar series, and then this year's webinar series are available on our website and landing page. Within the Division of Higher Education, we did join Strata in DC for their launch of the 2025 State Opportunity Index. And if you're interested in receiving a copy of that, we'll bring some in. The State Opportunity Index measures all states on 6 core indicators. They are ROI, clear outcomes, quality coaching, affordability, employer alignment, and then finally work-based learning attainment. Just to go through those very briefly, on ROI, we saw that bachelor's degrees are 66% ROI compared to the national average of 73%. Iowa's associate degrees are measured at 65% ROI, exceeding the national average of 60%. In clear outcomes, Iowa is designated as leading, with the exception of the integration of employment outcomes into our SLDS or longitudinal data system, which is spearheaded by the Department of Education. Within quality coaching, Regents institutions are designated as developing or foundational and personalized coaching and guidance and timely labor market information, but are designated as advanced or leading in support for education and career goals. Of course, our statewide ICAPs, our individual career academic plans, support that work at the secondary level into the post-secondary level. Within, unfortunately, community college data was unavailable, but we are working with the presidents to ensure we have data moving forward. Affordability indicates that Regents institutions are designated as developing and community colleges are designated as advanced. Regents are designated as advanced and on-time completion. Within employer alignment, Iowa is designated as developing, specifically driven by the supply-demand gaps in healthcare and manufacturing and engineering, which Strata indicates are consistent needs across the nation. And then finally, we are very proud that the indicator of work-based learning experiences attained shows that our Regents institutions are designated as leading the top performance category. We are the only state in the nation designated at this highest level, with 61% participation in a paid internship and 86% participation in a paid or unpaid work-based learning experience. Within Gear Up Iowa, we were recently awarded about $190,000 for scholarships in our education and training voucher program in partnership with Iowa HHS. This program prioritizes foster and system involved youth pursuing post-secondary education training. And then regarding Last Dollar Scholarship, the list of eligible programs for Future Ready Iowa Last Dollar Scholarship has been finalized and published for the 26-27 academic year. As a reminder, that scholarship covers any gap between federal and state grants and scholarships and tuition and qualified fees at Iowa community colleges and private colleges and universities. And credentials include post-secondary certificates, diplomas, and associate's degrees. And then finally, we continue to engage in our work-based learning webinar series in partnership with Workforce Development. That series showcases some of our most proven programs and approaches to work-based learning in Iowa's most in-demand industries. The November 4th webinar focused on key strategies to addressing Iowa's healthcare workforce shortages, of course, directly in response to that employer alignment data we just discussed. As always, recordings, resources are available on our website. And then finally, in addition to our monthly superintendent's meetings, for the third year, I'm attending all regional superintendent's meetings in person. This month, I attended Prairie Lakes and Northwest AEA's regional superintendent's meeting. And then our last meeting of the year will be at Keystone AEA in January, weather permitting, of course. A board member is always welcome to join any of these meetings, especially if it's convenient to you, if it's in your neighborhood. When we were at the Prairie Lakes meeting, we visited Sioux Central Community School District, joining Superintendent Kevin Wood and our 2025 Iowa Teacher of the Year, Melanie Bloom, as well as Senator Lynn Evans and the district leadership team. We joined an elementary day-to-day where teachers were reviewing screening and progress monitoring data, their personalized reading and math plans. And of course, that work is making a real difference with efficiency and ELA math and science all above the state average in that district in school. Melanie Bloom took us on a tour of her greenhouse, which was supported in part by an Iowa STEM Best grant. And while she helped us propagate plants, talked about the importance of career connected learning and career exploration in all of the different ag related fields and industries. And then finally, we got to see one of the recipients of our Credentials to Childcare Careers grants. We met with a couple of family and consumer science teachers who have spearheaded a partnership with Sioux Central Daycare to strengthen pathways to in-demand childcare careers and ensure that their high schoolers are attaining child development associates, an in-demand industry recognized credential. And then after being in Northwest, we visited Denison Community School District to learn more about their strong focus on evidence-based instruction and their work to narrow achievement gaps experienced by student groups. During that visit, Superintendent Kim Brionic and the leadership team shared their focus on accelerating learning for all students and evidence-based reading instruction with 78 educators participating in department provided PD. They're also a recent CLSD Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant awardee and are very committed to data-driven decision-making, evidence-based instruction, and the implementation of high-quality instructional materials. We also finally had the opportunity to meet some more of our extraordinary National Math Stars semifinalists. And then finally, their high school students demonstrated how they're building strong business connections, serving their community, and strengthening their design, sales, and project management skills in Denison's Monarch Enterprises. And then having just recently occurred, we had our STEM Summit, our 2025 Iowa STEM Summit, focused on accelerating innovation last month at the Convention Center here in Des Moines, with over 450 educators, industry leaders, policymakers, and STEM advocates. With over 40 breakout sessions, allowing attendees to hear from our students, our educators, and professionals in STEM and AI at the state and district levels, as well as within business and industry. Both of our state board committees, the Community College Advisory Committee and the Non-Public School Advisory Committee, have met recently, and we'll defer to updates from Board Member Halls and Board Member Kane. The SEEP, the Special Education Advisory Panel, met last month. The SBRC, the School Budget Review Committee, met last month. And then finally, the Iowa College Aid Board of Commissioners met last month. And then the Board of Educational Examiners met just this past Friday. And then looking forward, should you be interested in attending any of these meetings as well, the Special Education Advisory Panel will meet on November 21st. The Dyslexia Board will meet on December 9th, and SBRC will again meet on December 16th. Finally, in closing, the board's hearts are with the RIMS and St. Mary students, families, coaches, and community members who were impacted by the bus crash last Saturday. And of course, also want to extend our gratitude to the first responders and the medical care teams. With that, I welcome any feedback or questions that the board members may have.
Questions, comments? Feedback?
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
A lot of good things happening.
I did attend the Grant Wood Area Education Association regional meeting. And I thought it was well attended. I think all of the superintendents were there. I thought that Director Snow's comments were, I don't know how you do that in that large room without any notes in your hand or very few notes in your hand for an hour and a half, but she did an outstanding job and I think it was very well received. Especially the accolades regarding the improvements in our reading and math scores. So kudos to you and your team, and certainly to all of our hardworking superintendents across the state. And if you have a chance, you should go. It's just good to get out there and see what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you so much for attending.
Yep.
Anything else? Okay. Ryan, non-public schools.
We met October 24th, had a very full agenda. The first item we addressed was we had a presentation from Special Agent Kyle Bassett with respect to the governor's School Safety Bureau. Kind of like what we had at our level. I thought that would be a good thing to add to the agenda, and Eric and Tina was in agreement, so we put that on the agenda. Heard a lot of statistics, over 13,000 trainings have happened since it commenced. There's radios available. They've passed out 1,450 of those so far. Talked about Safe and Sound Iowa. And the 800 number and the number of tips overall since that started is over 1,000. They're not all violent issues. They may be brain health or something else. And there have been over 100 this year. There were a lot of questions. It was well received. There was interest in, various non-public schools are at different levels of preparedness. But it seemed like they were interested, and many of them had questions for Special Agent Bassett. Cassandra Klein and Tina Whaler did a presentation about educational service and media services and the relationship with the AEA. Tina followed up regarding the unified allocation plan that Director Snow was just referring to. There was a lot of interest in that for the non-publics. Then we had several reports from Jay Pennington, data reporting, student information systems update, a teacher shortage report, and just overall statistics and reporting requirements. A lot of questions ensued from that. Talked about the access for all. And there always seems to be interest at these meetings about the independent accreditation process and compliance by these folks. And the interrelationship of that with the ESAs came up. We were introduced to Janelle Danner, who's the non-public special ed consultant. And it was kind of heartening at the end to, get some positive feedback from the committee about express thanks for the content, the quality, the responses and the departments. I have to say to Director Snow and all the people that presented, and your interactions on a day-to-day basis are well received by the non-public folks. And I think they sense a heightened level of communication. So, very good.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Any questions for Brian? Thank you. Appreciate your service on that. All right, you go. Yes,
We met on October 15th, and the primary component of our agenda on that day was undertaking additional discussion around the Perkins Plan split. Before I give my quick overview here, and I shared with everyone a synopsis from the meeting, I absolutely want to articulate how grateful I am for the team, sitting behind me. I am grateful for the Community College Advisory Committee and the robust discussion that they undertook, the amount of time, the energy, the hard work, and an important acknowledgement that analyzing Perkins is not an easy task. And one of the key things that I have learned in this process is that our system between K-12 and community colleges is incredibly complex. K-12s and community colleges are so closely linked and braided together that it truly is a system, and there is so much crossover. And one of my biggest takeaways is thinking about this differently, as opposed to thinking about it as a K-12 community college split. It really is about how this best serves the system. So one other reminder I want to share as we talk about the Community College Advisory Committee is following the governor's decision to transition some of the committees. When we reestablish the Community College Advisory Committee, it is a team of 12, 2 board members, 2 Board of Education members, Director Snow, 1 representative from Community Colleges of Iowa, 7 community college representatives, but all from different perspectives. So we have a community college president, a trustee, folks from finance, all different aspects of the colleges. And then we have 1 K-12 representative. And again, want to extend a big thanks to Doug Wheeler from Cedar Rapids Prairie. It was hard to be the only K-12 representative in this discussion. So as a reminder, what our charge was from the Board of Education, as the Board of Education, we approved the Perkins Plan with the formula as it exists currently, the essentially 50-50 split. But there was a proposed 60-40 split for year 2 and future years. Just keep in mind, we are in year 1 of that plan right now. So as we talk about year 2, that takes effect July 1st, 2026. The Perkins Plan, as we approved and submitted, or as we approved at our table and submitted, we have received approval that it was accepted at the federal level. So we approached our work by examining the rationale for the proposed split, potential impacts, and areas needed for further clarity. The ask from the board was to provide input to support a reevaluation potentially of year 2. So key insights from the discussion, from this community college perspective, while the reasons were presented for revisiting the split and from the 50-50 to 60-40, I think one of the key takeaways is that the members did not clearly see the defined issue that the change is intended to solve. After doing a little bit more work as the chairperson of the CCAC, I think where part of the difference in thinking is not understanding the rationale presented to support the split, but a deeper understanding of what the change in the split is intended to address. And kind of leaning into that a little bit further, the split, I believe, is intended to be proactive and aligned with changes to current legislation and enhanced goals and outcomes for the program supported by Perkins. But I think what we're missing is, as we think about the system, the context and how that's applied. Members felt that more information was needed, additional data, clear explanation of the technical components and broader district context, certainly to understand the impact of any change. And that comes back to understanding how students are served, not just where they are served. So sitting at a K through 12 location, but who's actually providing the service. There are certainly rural and urban impacts that are different across the state. All districts within Iowa partner with the community colleges, but rural districts rely on them more heavily, certainly for CTE access, and any shift that we make may affect those districts differently based on the size, the resources, and their program capacities. Following the meeting, I also undertook trying to understand stakeholder representation that supported the development of the plan. And after digging into that a little bit deeper, a couple of key things that I recognized, and I have it noted in my report. The development of this plan started in 2024. The first meeting of, or one of the key meetings for the stakeholders was in October of 2024. And I had to take a little bit of a pause and remember how different things were after January 1st of 2025. So taking that into consideration and how things had changed. And then there were 2 open public sessions and a little bit of crossover between who attended the initial stakeholder meeting, who participated in public comment. But then there was also a stakeholder survey that reached over 200 folks. But the mix of folks were students, K-12 staff, community college staff, stakeholders from different perspectives. So it wasn't really just K-12 perspective or community college perspective. So a little bit more, I think, leaning into some of the key issues would be helpful. As part of the presentation on October 15th, department staff shared an alternative formula option, alternative option 2. And if the board is still interested in pursuing a change, the members felt that this alternative option 2 was the most structured and transparent of the options presented. And most importantly, it offers a formula for moving forward. So how ongoing calculations would be determined in future years. And that was something that the community colleges were very supportive of, was having a rationale that would support the percentage split. A key thing too is understanding that there isn't a resistance to reviewing how the split exists today. It is understanding, again, how it supports the system and moving forward. It's been over 10 years since the split was revisited. And the timing for this is good. But again, having a formula that supports future distributions, I think would be incredibly helpful. There is a significant amount of research that the department has undertaken based on input from the CCAC to support the presentation that will come to the board in December. But the CCAC will not see that information or have an opportunity to review it again before the board reconsiders the proposed split. And then one last piece from the conversation as far as process observations. With the modeling shifts, the department did provide modeling showing what the funding shifts would look like for a sample of districts and community colleges, but we still don't have the context for what the changes means to each of those schools. So knowing how they would use those funds or not have access to funds. And that is a huge ask for the team to put together, but certainly important in weighing the impact of the split. Just some closing thoughts from my role as chair. Certainly additional K-12 perspectives would strengthen the analysis. I want to acknowledge Mr. Wheeler again as the one representative we had on our committee. He did actively participate and highlighted the variation in district needs and shared great insight into more transparency into community college fees would be incredibly helpful. I do also want to acknowledge that there is flexibility in the reserve fund that may help address some of the unique needs within each of the K-12 districts. And while the reserve percentage is fixed, and I'm not advocating we revisit that, the current plan does give department discretion to support targeted initiatives and special projects. And that can certainly help with high cost or unique district needs. So in closing, I absolutely want to represent that the Community College Advisory Committee members strongly support high quality K through 12 CTE. Their concerns focus purely on the clarity of process and the completeness of information, not opposition to strengthening K-12 initiatives. There was consensus that alternative funding Formula 2 presents a solid path forward. And we will continue as a committee to stand ready to support the department and the board as we work forward to a thoughtful, equitable approach that serves students.
Thank you, Cass. Alternative formula option two. The question is about 1/4 of head count by site. Is that just including high school students or middle school students, including that count?
Secondary and post-secondary.
Just high school.
And it may be helpful to explain that the department will present the entire presentation provided to the CCAC to the board in December. There were two options provided at the CCAC's request. Again, clarifying that the CCAC's role is to not, it is advisory. It is an advisory committee of the board to not vote on a recommendation. That is the board's role. The first option was following a federal formula that would split 59 secondary, 41 post-secondary. The second option is represented in Board Member Hall's memo. And then we will, the one component that will be different is that we will provide a third option because essentially the formula allocations will advise how those different options could be split, with the understanding that based on the board's motion, the default is what the board has adopted, the 60-40 split, but want to provide the two options presented to the CCAC as well as an option that is in between 59-41 and then the 53-47 presented here. And I'm not giving you percentiles. I'm rounding up to the nearest percent.
So at our December meeting, be on the agenda to review what took place. When you said, was that in March?
June.
June? Okay. In June, if we want to change that, I guess, balance between the funds or not. And the default, if we do not make a decision, it goes with the 60-40. If we decide we wanted to do something different, we can make a decision at that time or possibly postpone it if we would like to. But postpone it to January would be kind of the last opportunity. So I'll be thinking about that. There's questions that arise. I'm sure there's people either on the committee or the DE that can help answer those questions.
John, just to clarify, this will be on the December agenda with the ability to take action if we decide.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
Is it possible to get something in advance specifically about this, maybe a little further in advance than
Yeah.
board packet?
We'd be
I
happy.
mean, I'm not trying to,
No, because it's
rush
the
your-
same presentation, so we'd be happy to
okay,
provide that.
that'd be great, because I think I want to give it,
I agree.
read it
Yeah.
very, very closely, not just the.
Makes good sense.
Appreciate the comprehensive report that you
Yeah.
provided. It's very detailed and informative for me. So thank you very much.
Okay. We're moving on to item 3, which is the consent agenda, which includes the meeting minutes from September, a couple appeal decisions, and like 4 or 5 or more rules. Where there were no comments received and the identical language was the same as the notice.
I would move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Moved by Brian and seconded by Brooke. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. It's carried. All right, so we have a field decision with ESA eligibility.
President Robbins, members of the board, Thomas Mays, I'm general counsel for the department. I'm here to sort of tee up proceeding and explain sort of the procedural posture of how we got here. I will let the parties and council speak for themselves and give, and while I'm doing that, ask that the eye in the sky promote Ms. Fernending to a panelist. And then once that happens, we'll turn this over to the appellant who will speak first, defending the department's decision in the administrative law judge's proposed decision as Assistant Attorney General Lindsey Browning. And then Ms. Fernending will have an option for rebuttal argument. Time limits are the customary time limits, 10 minutes for Ms. Fernending, 10 minutes for the state, and 5 minutes in rebuttal. Those time is inclusive of your questions. All time also so that we'll back up. President Robbins will back up each other's timing system. If there is a question mid answer, it is in your discretion about how much time is allotted over that 10 minutes to answer that question. So this concerns eligibility for education savings accounts funds. Your jurisdiction is Iowa Code Section 25611B, which creates the program and also creates appeal rights. The department determined Ms. Fernending was and her child LF were ineligible for an education savings account payment. The administrative law judge heard the matter on July 7th, 2025. The administrative law judge on August 11th issued a decision affirming the department's denial. Ms. Fernending timely appealed. In your board packet, you have a written argument from Ms. Fernending, some exhibits that she chose to attach and reference in her written argument, as well as the proposed decision and a sample final decision from the board. With that, does the board have any questions about procedure?
Any questions? Ready to roll?
All right, and I will ask Ms. Browning to take this seat at the table, and I will sit on the sideline and
Referee.
back up your timer. Ms. Fernending, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
All right, yes.
Okay, let's proceed.
Ms. Fernending, you may begin your argument now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you guys' ability to allow me to join via Zoom. Getting my kids to school this morning and making it down for a 2-hour drive would not have gotten me on there on time, so I do appreciate this. My appeal, I know the premise of the appeal has been whether or not my son was eligible for the ESA funding, which initially he was approved for and then did not attend at the beginning of the school year. and decided to transfer on November 4th of this year. The same incident kind of happened last year in 2023, where he was considering changing, didn't do it at the beginning of the year, and then kind of questioned, a couple months into the school year, can I still switch? And I reached out to Odyssey and asked them if he would still be able to switch, um, past the start of the school year and cutoff dates and so forth. And they told me that yes, he'd been approved, he would be able to do so. So a year ago, that's what I was told in October 2023. And so then this year, or last year, I apologize, when he started the school year, again, we had been approved for the ESAs. He didn't transfer by the September 30th date. I called them and asked and said, hey, can my ESA still be reopened and he attends school? And they said, again, yes, he can. So I'm being given wrong information. So it's not whether or not he was eligible, like on the within the time frame of the 30th, September 30th date. It's the fact that I was calling to double check to see if that was a hard set date, to see if there was any way for him to use the money for like a second semester start or how that worked, because this program was new to me. And as the administrators of that program on several occasions, as noted in my argument, I was given wrong information, which led me to believe that I could switch him, that the money would be available. And so I did switch him because of the wrong information I was given. I did not know it was wrong at the time. I just thought there were exceptions to the rules, or there was something that I was not aware of that would allow him to attend past that September 30th start date. So that I just want to go off of that premise that this to me has never been, was he eligible? It's why was I told wrong information that allowed me to send him to school past that date? That's my issue. And in the decision that the judge handed down, she even acknowledged in her statement, it said, while affirming the department's decision, the undersigned still acknowledges that Fernanding did her due diligence in this case. Odyssey assured her LF's boarding process to Unity Ridge should proceed smoothly and there would be no issues with his ESA payments. Fernanding transferred LF to Unity Ridge in reliance on this assurance by Odyssey that he was still eligible for the ESA funds. And despite the errors made by others, however, it didn't change her outcome of the appeal. But so there's acknowledgement, there's admittance by Odyssey and by the Department of Education that I was given wrong information. The judge acknowledges that the evidence proves that I was given wrong information on multiple occasions. And so that's why I'm asking for this to be refunded to me, because had they said, nope, that September 30th is a hard date, we cannot give that money past that date, then I wouldn't have transferred him because I would have been given correct information. But I don't feel that if Odyssey, which is the administrator of the ESA program, could not tell me the right information over a year's time span and over multiple questions, and me even pushing back and saying, are you sure that this money can still be available? And they repeatedly told me yes. They even had, specifically said, I want to reassure you there was no error and there will be no concerns about your payment for the semester. And one representative even said, she acknowledged this September 30th deadline, but then stated, I'm pretty sure the funding was approved for that school and would be perfectly fine. He should be able to use them. There was never a question or mention of the September 30th start date being, or September 30th deadline being a hard set deadline. So that's where all the confusion comes in, and I don't feel that I should be the one to bear the brunt of the misinformation. And I know it was an error. We all make errors and we all make mistakes, but we also need to take accountability for them. And this is not my error. This is Odyssey's error, and they need to take accountability and they need to cover that tuition for me, because that was not something that I have budgeted into my budget to pay for. And I would have made a different decision had I known that my son was not going to be eligible for those ESA funds like I was told.
Right. Are there any questions by board members? Okay. Let's move along. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair Bowden. Good morning. Lindsay Browning, Assistant Attorney General, here this morning on behalf of the Department of Education. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge Ms. Fernending and her advocacy for her child in this process. As you folks are well aware, this law was enacted in large part to provide parents greater tools and a voice as it comes to their students' education. And I certainly appreciate Ms. Fernending's participation in the process to that end. However, today, the board should affirm the decision of the administrative law judge, Yasmina Saralia, in this particular case, due to highly specific factual distinctions, which make the difference in this particular case. And those determinations, as entered by Judge Saralia, should be afforded due deference by this board in determining what specifically led to the reason why LF was unable to retain ESA eligibility in this particular case. It's a fundamental statutory requirement that a student be enrolled in a non-public school on a full-time basis. That's both in your rules and per the requirement of the statute. That simply is not present here. We've heard a lot from Ms. Fernending this morning related to the ability of Odyssey to provide, which is our third-party provider, to provide her with information related to her son's enrollment at Unity Ridge, and what would be required in that specific instance for him in order to be able to use ESA funds in order to matriculate at Unity Ridge. And we've heard about, and you folks have the factual record before you about the sequence of events about Odyssey's contact with Ms. Fernending related to her son, LF. However, related to those specific factual allegations, we do have additional facts in the record which belie the fact that this would not be the first time that there was an issue related to Ms. Fernending's son and his matriculation at a private school, and his ultimate determination that he did not actually want to attend that institution. With this overlay to the facts, I would respectfully submit, while I certainly understand the parents' desire to have LF enrolled at Unity Ridge, the timing simply does not comport with the statutory and administrative requirements here necessary in order for him to do so. And those rules were developed for a specific reason, in order to ensure the integrity of the program. Related to these particular issues, it is my understanding that LF was not yet enrolled at the private school. It was something they were still considering to have him enrolled at Unity Ridge, yet Unity Ridge had already been dispersed the funds for him. Without that clarification, with that clarification, ultimately the statutory requirements as set forth by the legislature and the administrative requirements as set forth by this body must be adhered to, while acknowledging the unfortunate situation as it related to the facts. Ultimately, the law and the rules are very clear as to what is permitted to occur here, and those are in place for, like I say, the integrity of the program and its effective administration. That being said, I want to thank the board for your time today, and I'm happy to answer any specific questions that you may have related to these matters.
Okay. Thank you. A couple questions. In the application and or approval process, was the appellant ever informed that ESSA funds were only available for full-time, four-year students?
Yes,
Is that part of the application?
yes.
And if ESSA participants have questions, are they directed to contact Odyssey or the Department of Ed? How does that work? So if I have a question about funding or anything about eligibility, does the department answer that, or does that default to Odyssey? How does that situation unfold?
So there's independent information that's out there and available on the Department of Education's website related to questions that individuals might have. If it relates to more technical matters, I do believe that those individuals are then referred to Odyssey as it relates to, like I say, are funds available, have funds been dispersed, et cetera. But as far as the eligibility component, those are available through the Department of Education's website. And those conversations were had, I believe, also with Department of Education staff, as the record belies.
Other questions?
Are there some lessons learned here?
For all parties, I would say.
Thank you. Is a parent directed to contact the Department of Ed? Is that a clear direction for a parent to take?
I believe so. And I also believe that they are distributed vis-a-vis an email list,
Okay.
specific information that Ms. Fernetti received a specific email regarding program requirements, deadlines, et cetera. I believe those notices are provided. I don't want to say more than twice. I don't want to misspeak, but I know they are provided at least twice throughout the process. So that's my understanding, in the run up to the school year.
Okay.
Other questions?
I guess for Odyssey, so they provided, I mean, obviously they were providing incorrect information, but that was because basically they were receiving incorrect information from the school. Is that correct? Statement that they were providing her based on the fact that they thought that student was already was attending or was listed on a list or.
So it's slightly different. Just to set the stage, Odyssey is a provider that provides these services to multiple states that are similarly situated. And further, there's a reason that it's a partnership with the Department of Education and not just completely delegated, insofar as Odyssey specifically would not have had access to the information that LF here was enrolled actively in a public school at the same time that the funds were dispersed to a private school. So because Odyssey would not have had that component, it's clear potentially why they would have offered that opinion, but I also don't know it was theirs to offer.
Other questions? And we'll,
Well, I have,
Go ahead, Brad.
I'd like to hear from you and the appellant. Do any of you claim that there's any authority, that there's any room for any exception to these fairly rigid rules on timing? in the code, the rules that we've adopted.
Would you like me to field that first, Mr. Chair, or would you like Ms. Fernetting to respond first?
You can respond first.
Okay, thank you. I believe from what I have read and reviewed, it is my understanding that there is not room here. I don't know. I certainly make it a point never to tell a judge what is within their discretion and what is not. And that it is ultimately your determination as to whether an exception of some sort is appropriate. My understanding from the statutory and rule framework before you is that there is not room for such a variation.
Thank you.
Ms. Fernetting, were you able to hear his question? Okay.
Yeah, could you repeat that though, just so I understand exactly what question he's wanting me to answer? Because I have a lot of comments I'd like to make when I get a chance.
President Robbins, do we want to start her 5-minute rebuttal period?
Yes, we will. So we'll start the 5-minute rebuttal period. Go ahead.
Okay, so my first response to some of the comments that were made about whether or not the Department of Education information was made available to me. When I got communication on my children's ESA funds, everything was from Odyssey. Everything referred back to Odyssey for any questions or anything like that. So I was never specifically, that I can recall, directed to the Department of Education website. It was always, give us a call, let us know if you have any questions, from Odyssey. So to go out to the Department of Education website was not something that I was told to do on a like, to where I would say, oh yeah, I need to go out and check there as well. I was always called Odyssey as the person, people I was referred to for help. My communications, let me see here. Let me back here. When it comes to the one question that was asked by one board member about, was Odyssey given all of the information regarding my son's status with the school? Yes, Unity Ridge had accepted him, and as a backstory, which makes things a little more complicated, he was accepted by one principal, and she the year before had accepted him and then denied him and said no, he didn't attend prior to the September 30th deadline. The new principal, however, did not, because she claims that she only got access to the ESA system on the 30th of September at like 5 o'clock at night, and had even at one time after that told somebody at Odyssey or the Department of Education that no, he was not there, and they never removed him from the list. So I don't know how that complicates things, but when it comes to Odyssey having all of the correct information on my son's status and the fact that he did not attend a private school prior to coming on the 4th, they knew all of that. If you look in my documentation and in my argument, it is documented that I told them those specific data points. They knew that information, even though it wasn't communicated from the Department of Education to Odyssey. I told them that information. I was very transparent. They had all of the information, knowing he did not attend. He has not been there prior to September 30th. They knew all of that. So why they weren't able to, the comment that was made is that it wasn't their place to offer that kind of guidance and information to me because they didn't have all the information. They did. They absolutely did. And I know that the laws and the rules are clear, and that, the comment of, for the purpose of the integrity of the program. But the problem is that the integrity of the program is already compromised because the third-party administrator of the program did not do their due diligence and apply the rules and the laws that are supposed to be so clear. They did not apply those. They gave me wrong information. They didn't apply those. It wasn't me that didn't apply those. It was them that didn't apply those. And that's why I'm asking for this appeal to be reversed and for my son to be able to have his ESA money to pay his tuition from last year is because I was not given the correct guidance per the laws and the rules that were so clearly defined that the third party administrator should have known and, given me the proper guidance on.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, you may.
So on the application process that a parent fills out to apply for these funds, does it state, and maybe, you know what, maybe we talked about this and I forgot the answer, but does it clearly state that you have to attend the entire school year?
Or by September 30th.
Or, yeah,
By September.
by September.
That's the deadline. Does it state that you have to attend prior to September 30th?
Thank you.
Sorry.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
In the email that we get, it states that your ESA will be closed by September 30th. And so that word closed to me is kind of vague. Does that mean it can be reopened? Because that's why I called. It says it's closed, but can it be reopened? And that's why I called and said, can he still do this after the start of the school year? And so then that's when they told me he could. So I figured, okay, well then there's a way that it can be reopened. It doesn't say that it's final, that your funds will not be available after this, deadline until the next school year. It doesn't give that hard dead deadline like it's intended to. So the wording probably could be relooked at and made to be a little bit stronger and a little bit more clear for parents because it was not clear to me.
Who approves that wording for the application? Was that the department or was that Odyssey? Who created that wording? The communication to the parents. Odyssey, Department of Education.
Is that to me?
It's anybody who can answer it.
It's the department, I believe. And I mean, Odyssey provides that communication, but I do believe that it is the department that provides the wording. When and if appropriate, I have a further response to the extent it can assist in helping with some of these questions. That's something I'm permitted to do in this format.
Yes, I'd like to have the appellant, if he has anything else to add right now, to go ahead and continue with whatever you'd like to tell the board at this point in time.
Mr. President, this is Thomas Mays. I don't know if you heard President Robbins's question. Do you have anything else to add?
Not at this time. I'm sorry. No, I did not hear that question. I apologize.
Please answer the question.
I do believe that it's important to keep in mind the timeline of events here as they occurred. And that is the incorrect information related to the ability of the Fernetting family to have access to these funds was rendered after that September 30th date. It was not rendered prior thereto. So that window would have already been closed in terms of the ASA funds being able to be applied for that academic year. And as Judge Sorelia acknowledges in the last two paragraphs of her opinion, while the misstatements were unfortunate, the deadline had already passed for this to be an issue. Nothing further. Thank you.
Give the appellant one more chance to respond and close. Anything else you'd like to say?
Yeah, not to sound like a broken record, but I understand that that deadline was September 30th. That's not my issue. The issue is that I was given wrong information. It doesn't matter if it was before the 30th or after the 30th of September. I was still given wrong information by an agency or a third-party administrator that was supposed to know the laws and the rules of the program, and they did not. And it wasn't just one person. It wasn't just one time. It was in 2003 to 2004. It was spanned almost a 12-month period. Spoke to 4 different people, well, 3 different people, and that third person I talked to came back after she talked to her team. So her team that she talked to, was it 1 person, 2 people, 10 people, 20 people? I don't know. But the point is that Odyssey got it wrong multiple times, and regardless if it was, like I said, before or after the 30th of September, I was still given wrong information. I based my decision on sending my son to the non-public school based on wrong information. And that is ultimately where the liability or the responsibility lies, is with Odyssey for giving wrong information. That's all.
Thank you. We'll enter into board discussion.
As I see it, Philip was not a full-time student at Unity Ridge. He was not a full year student at Unity Ridge, didn't attend before September 30th. There's no wiggle room in the statute or under the rules in this regard. And frankly, even if the wrong information was given, neither we, the ALJ, Odyssey, or even the department have the right to change statutes. I think it's pretty clear cut. Sorry to say, I'm sorry for Ms. Frenetting's difficulties, and seems like it's tested that she got some bad information, but that doesn't change the fact that we don't have any authority to change this result, at least in my view.
I would agree.
I would agree.
I would agree, and I would also like to point out in the ALJ's decision, it does say that was sent on March 4th, that says to retain an ESA for 2024-2025 school year, students were required to attend full-time as defined by Iowa Administrative Code. And it gives a section at the public schools on or prior to September 30th, 2024.
Yep.
I think that's pretty clear.
Agree.
And then there's other things that required to complete. I definitely, this is not the best situation, especially provide the Odyssey maybe did not give correct or accurate information, but there's nothing I think that we can do about that. Maybe that's more an action against Odyssey than us.
I would concur with what's been said. I also would be very, very, very hesitant to go against the statute and set up a situation where the board would be subject to other hearings in the future where people are denied payment for one reason or another, where it's we create a situation where we establish a precedence.
I agree.
Cass, what are you thinking?
I think that the greater thought that I have right now is how do we ensure that Odyssey is better informed to prevent misinformation in the future? I agree with the thoughts that everyone has shared, but thinking forward to how we prevent this particular scenario from happening again.
I don't think that's probably our role, but having said that, I think it's loud and clear that there will probably be further action or communication moving forward.
Yeah.
Through the department.
Thank you.
Department also may want to consider just the program, the administration of it, just kind of right now, you know, the statute and the rules are what they are, but in the future, you know, maybe there are certain situations where things should be considered. But that's up to the department.
But it's the department's review that even brought this to light,
Yeah.
right?
true.
I mean, I can't fault the department here.
Statute's the statute. And it's unfortunate, but the statute is a statute, and it's never a good idea to set a precedence.
Okay. Would entertain a motion.
I move we support, affirm the decision of the ALJ in Sarah Fernetting versus Iowa Department of Education proposed decision. Case number 25 DOE 308.
A second.
Moved by Brian and second by Todd to support the ALJ decision in this matter. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. The decision affirmed by the office. We will take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:35.
Ms. Frederick, Thomas Mays, thank you for your advocacy. You were free to drop off.
Yes. Item 5 on the agenda includes rules. Thomas.
President Robbins, members of the board, department colleagues. Four action items regarding rulemaking, 2 notices of intended action, and 2 adopted and filed. The 2 adopted and filed, there's some changes. Notice was in September in Gilbert, so that's why they're called out and not on the consent agenda. The first is implementing legislation regarding human growth and development. And this requires schools to implement instruction, including showing of a video regarding in utero development once during health in the 5th and 6th grade band, once in health class during the 7th and 8th grade band, and during the health class in high school. There is also a prohibition on using instructional materials in human growth and development that may have come from entities associated with advocating for or providing abortion health care. Proposal before you is like strictly in line with the statute. There's no elaboration one way or another. If there should be some elaboration, that would have to be generated through public comment. So the proposal before you is to put this out for public comment, to allow folks to react to it. Is the rule the third bowl of porridge? Is it too hot, too cold, or just right? And if it's too hot or too cold, how should it be corrected consistent with the underlying statute? So that is the recommendation. The department has received its first public comment on this, just to give you a sense of the tenor. But the request was that families be able to opt out of this based on sincerely held religious beliefs, based on this U.S. Supreme Court case from last June, Meade versus Taylor. Just a background, parents have an unqualified right to opt out of human growth and development instruction for any reason or no reason at all. And so that U.S. Supreme Court case is superfluous to this discussion, because if I have those sincerely held religious beliefs for my child, whatever those beliefs may be, it's not necessary for me to have those to opt out. So with that, any questions about this proposed rulemaking?
Questions for Thomas? And then I'll take a motion, please.
I move we give notice of intent to amend chapter 12.
Second.
Moved by Brian, second by Mary. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion's carried. Chapter 21.
So this involves accreditation of community colleges. Like right now, the statute requires accreditation by the Higher Learning Commission. This proposed rulemaking implements House File 295, which broadens the menu of accreditors to any federally recognized accreditor that you in the future may approved. So it could be Higher Learning Commission. It could be somebody other than Higher Learning Commission. It could be a menu that community colleges could select from. The rulemaking is in line with the statute. It is in essence a drag and drop. With that, I'm open for any questions, and the department's recommendation is give notice of intended action.
Any questions regarding chapter 21? Hearing none. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Give notice to amend chapter 21.
Moved by Mary and second by Brooke to give notice and to amend chapter 12. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Right?
Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Chapters 41 and 120.
So this rulemaking involves the ability of foster parents to act as a special education parent for either school age, age 3 to graduation, or early access, birth to the third birthday. The intent was to expand this role to include foster parents. Both cabinet level agencies, both the Department of Education and the Department of Health and Human Services, agree as to policy, that this is a good policy, but the question was understandability within each cabinet level agency's respective field staff. And so the suggestion before you, the adopted and filed rule before you retains the ability of foster parents to act as parents, but slides that analysis from HHS determining which foster parent is, like which of any number of foster parents is suitable to this role, and slides that down into the definition of surrogate parent. There's already an existing structure that the AEA uses each AEA uses to determine who is suitable to act as a surrogate parent. So using an existing structure, taking HHS out of the business of picking winners between foster parents, temporary foster care, family foster care, congregate care, short-term, long-term. HHS, their technical assistance to the department was, there's already a mechanism. Let's use that mechanism, but specifically state that foster parents are eligible to be appointed as surrogates. So that's the change from the notice that you gave at your meeting in Gilbert, and the department's recommendation is to adopt these rules, those changes based on feedback from our colleagues at the Department of Health and Human Services.
So the recommendation is to amend chapters 41 and 1.
41 being for school age special education, 3 to graduation. Chapter 120 is early access to the infants and toddlers.
Entertain a motion.
I move that we adopt in chapters 41 and 120. Adopt, sorry, notice of intended action.
No, it's
Adopted, sorry. It's
It's
adopted,
to amend.
sorry. Amend.
Yeah.
Adopted and filed.
Second.
okay. Moved by Brooke, second by Todd. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor indicate by saying aye.
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 Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion is carried. Chapter 102.
So this chapter is the transition of student abuse investigations from being done in-house by each school district or accredited non-public school to the Department of Health and Human Services. the Iowa Association of School Boards provided some public comment that the rules perhaps were confusing in that the notice rules contained language about nothing in these rules shall be construed as limiting the authority of a school district or non-public school. Nothing limits them to the student abuse procedures that were adopted in the last legislative session, and nothing is construed to limit the authority of a school, public school, to take disciplinary action. The read on those two rules of construction from the Iowa Association of School Boards was that perhaps created a second bite at the apple. HHS found me liable, and so now I'm going to try to hit the reset button. I'm going to play a draw four and reverse Uno card. I'm going to try to get my employer to try to secretly or not so secretly go against HHS's findings, which by statute, if I'm found liable, if I'm a school employee, licensed or unlicensed, and I've been found by HHS to have committed student abuse, I must be terminated. And so to avoid that conflict, the department is proposing in addition to that rule of construction that doesn't mean that you get basically it doesn't mean you get a second bite at the apple. No other comments. The Iowa Association of School Boards was the only commenter during the public comment period. They also surfaced these concerns, and we had some dialogue at the Administrative Rules Review Committee when ARC took up these rules. Department staff are confident that this addresses their concerns. And with that, the department is recommending that the state board adopt the version of amendments to Chapter 120 that are before you that have some further clarification on savings laws. And with that, I'm open for questions.
Questions? Is there Chapter 1 or 2? And now I'll take a motion.
I move that we amend Chapter 102 as presented. Yeah.
Second. Moved by Ryan, second by Brooke to amend Chapter 102 with the changes incorporated. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Oh, same sign. She's carried.
And just expectation management, you will not see rules again until January. The December meeting is too close to this meeting to take final action. So, oh darn. So if you see me, it will be for some other agenda item. There will be no rules on your December agenda.
Delayed satisfaction.
Yes, it's deferred gratification for me. So, and we are now going to transition to the next agenda item.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. We have
I appreciate your time for several agenda items around charter schools. So before we start, I did want to introduce both Tom Bradfield and Kyle Moran, who are part of the charter team, and so therefore are involved in all the charter information and what we do. So our first work together today is on choice charter school specific to assessment participation and attendance. Before we begin, I want to yes, I'd like to share. I'd also like to go forward. There we go. I want to provide you some background on Choice Charter. They were authorized in 2021-22 and then opened in August of 2022. So that means that their renewal is in 2026-27. So coming up here pretty quick. They were our first founding group model and 100% online charter school. When we first authorized them, when I say we, I mean you, first authorized them, they were a 9 through 12 school, but they came back with an amendment to include 7, 8. And so now they're a 7 through 12 and charter school, really focused on credit recovery, dropout prevention. The leaders of this school are Dr. Cynthia Knight, who is the director, and Dr. Corey Lunn, who is the coordinator of operations. There's one little bit of information I want to share is that Choice Charter was identified as a comprehensive support and improvement school in 2024. So they're in their second year of ESSA supports with our ESSA support team. I also want to talk a little bit about authority for what we're doing here today, why we're gathered here today about Choice Charter. The Iowa Department of Education itself has the duty to exercise general supervision across all education, but specific to charter schools. We are to monitor the effectiveness of charter schools on behalf of the state board. And then, of course, the state board itself has the authority to make inquiries and investigations of the charter school at any time for any reason. So in regards to the purpose for today, though, we at the department noted some significant discrepancies for Choice Charter when looking at student assessment and chronic absenteeism. On June 19th, we discovered a high number of students needing a reason for no state assessment in our assessment accountability system. So that's kind of what was the impetus for further investigation. Choice Charter's response on June 19th revealed some potential discrepancies, so we wanted to investigate further. So on July 9th, the department sent a letter instructing Choice Charter to respond by July 30th to a couple of things. We needed Choice Charter to explain the low attendance participation rate, which in 2025 was below 50%, and the high chronic absenteeism rate, which in 2025 was over 80%. So the response also required the school to provide policies and procedures for attendance and for testing. And the reasons for the low participation with a documentation of that excusal from participating in the statewide assessments. In addition, we asked for a plan for how are you going to approve this for both of these pieces of data. Choice responded on July 28th with providing us those policies and procedures for attendance and testing policies. And the school explained that in its prior year's plan, for 24-25, they have 16 geographically distributed testing sites and multiple parental notifications. So they had sites where students could take the test and send out lots of notifications to the parents. The school attributed the low assessment participation rate to parent refusals, though this wasn't actually a parental documentation. So the response indicated that the lack of transportation was the parental refusal for student assessments. Also, the response called or cited a history of student disengagement. So these students were disengaged in their districts, and therefore they're coming to Choice. And so they're coming with a history of that disengagement, which would explain the low participation in assessment and high chronic absenteeism. And that their plan going forward is to use House File 190 to submit to permit remote proctoring of statewide assessments. So that's their plan going forward. So we asked them then on September 24th to attend the state board meeting to address the discrepancies in assessment and in chronic absenteeism. So that's why we're here today. Before we get started, I did want to provide you an overview of the schools that are used in comparison for the 24 data, as well as used in comparisons for the 25 data that I'm about to show you. So we have 9 schools that we have compared Choice Charter to, 9 online schools because they are an online charter school, And then 6 alternative schools because they really can function like an alternative schools. And we also have 2 charter schools in these data that they are compared to for 2024. In 2025, they had all those schools that you saw in 2024 plus some more. So 5 more online, 5 more alternative, and then a total of 4 charter schools. So now I'd like to talk about these data. I'm not sure why the Iowa school average and charter schools are not on this, but that's all right. I'll talk about them verbally. Choice charter school assessment participation and chronic absenteeism is at the very top of this screen. And you can see the comparison to the online and alternative schools. For comparison, the state average for assessment participation is a little over 98%. The state rate for chronic absenteeism is 21.63. So you can see that they are significantly over the state average for chronic absenteeism at 51, a rate of 51.37, and assessment participation is very similar. So 50% of the kids are attending, which makes sense. I mean, attending to assessment, and 50% are chronically absent, which is different, significantly different than an online school average of assessment participation at 96 and a chronic absenteeism rate of 33. But it is better than the alternative school average for chronic absenteeism. Not quite as good for the assessment participation.
Say that again. Choice charter has, okay, it's better than the alternative.
It's better than the alternatives
I got you.
for chronic absenteeism. Not really for assessment participation. Assessment participation is almost 80% for those alternative schools. So you want a high assessment participation rate. You want students to be there. You want them to be able to learn. You want them to partake in the assessment so that you can make those good instructional decisions, right? You want low chronic absenteeism because you want the kids there. So comparison across these is important, but I think a critical piece of information is what is reflected in the performance framework in the contract that is between Choice Charter and the board, which indicates that they have a goal of fewer than 1% of students classified as chronically absent. So 1% is significantly different than 51.37. For 2025 data, we have more online schools. We have 14 instead of 9 as a comparison, and alternative schools. We have 10 schools represented for assessment participation and 11 schools for chronic absenteeism. So you can see between 24 and 25 that the online school average for chronic absenteeism is lower. And for alternative school average, it is lower. Just want to make sure I'm saying that correctly.
You're going the wrong way.
I was going to make sure.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Oops. So what we have here is that Choice Charter's assessment participation has decreased from 24 to 25, and chronic absenteeism has increased substantially between 24 and 25.
I think that's what
Except
you
they're
meant
going
when
the
you
wrong
said
way.
when they're
The school is going the wrong way.
Yeah, the school's going the wrong way. I thought you meant
No.
I was making sure about the 24 numbers, making sure I was correct. Yeah, it is going the wrong way and kind of substantially the wrong way for chronic absenteeism specifically. It's got to be there in order to learn. So
Can I
that,
ask you a question?
yeah,
What does that mean? Kids got to be there? Is this the online presence that's recorded by the number of hours that they participate? Thank you.
Yep. In their model, it's all online, but they have to be there in order to actually receive the education that they're expected to read. So that concludes the data and the information that we used to ask for more clarification from Choice Charter and have asked them to come and address to the state board. So at this point, if there are no questions from me, I want to turn it over to Dr. Go ahead and introduce the people that you brought.
Dr. Cynthia Knight, thank you for your time. This is our legal, Allison Schreederman. And I think Corey Lunn is on. So I thought about what I wanted to say lots of times to you because words matter, trust matters, and integrity matters. We are here to address your concerns in Choice Charter Schools, chronic absenteeism, and the percentage of students who participate in the Iowa assessments. So let's start out with the students of Choice Charter School and who they are. So a normal traditional school has your high flyers, they have your just the right kids, and then they have their kids that are not doing so well. And so what Choice Charter School has set out to do, and that's about 2% of the population down here at the end. And what Choice Charter School has done is take that 2% and try to do something with them. So we have already those kids, in a larger school, that 2% is such a small number that it doesn't sway their data much. But when you take all of them and put them into one school, it's a lot. It's 100% of those kids who aren't coming, who aren't performing, who aren't doing well. And what we're trying to do is help them earn a high school diploma, a quality high school diploma. So, as I was told in the letter that I was being compared to online schools and the chronic absenteeism, so let's start with that one. If you look at the other schools on the list, and there were more on this list than what I was given by the Department of Ed to look at. But if you look at the other schools and how they report their attendance, some of them just do timed logged in to Edmentum. So you just, however long you're on, you're on. Some of them allow their parents and coaches to report the attendance. Some of them track it by if you finish the activity, you're considered attending. And then there's one that if every 3 days missed, you get a half a day of attendance missed. So as you can see, we're comparing apples and oranges here. If charter school chose one of these ways to keep attendance, let's say how Iowa City Community School does it with the 3 days missed, you get a half a day counted as absent. We wouldn't be here discussing Choice Charter School's absenteeism. So Choice Charter School, we admit our our absenteeism needs to be worked on. Our kids don't attend. They have found school to be not a welcoming place, not a place where they want to be, not a place where they want to spend their time. So what we've been doing this past year, we are on the comprehensive school improvement list. And so we meet with the Department of Ed every other week to work on this. What are we seeing? What are we doing? What do we got going? We've created a orientation program for our kids that we didn't have before. We found that we were taking them as soon as they came in and getting them into classes and getting them doing. But what we found is that they need some time to adjust to our learning, to the platforms, to the things that we do. We have a RISE 1 and RISE 2 now. Getting dry, so I'm gonna need a drink. Thank you. We have a RISE program. So when, at the end of the week, if they have not attended, then they go to this RISE program and we talk to them about why are they not attending? What are the barriers? What do you have control of? What do you not have control of? And how can we better support you? We have a mentoring system where every kid gets a mentor. And twice a week, that mentor meets with that student online and helps them. What's going on? How do we keep you moving? How do we support you? We have an MTSS system that is better functioning this year than it has in the past. And so we're starting to get supports faster to these students. Our SIAC committee met and they have goals on this very thing. So we have accountability to our SIAC committee. And I can guarantee you, we may be redefining how we count attendance. Since there hasn't been any guidance or any standardized measure of what attendance is. And it seems like it's all over the place on what you can count as attendance. We'll be looking at that as well. I did find it interesting that our designated DE people that we've been working with for a year and a half now didn't know that we were asked to come here because they haven't mentioned that this was a problem to us as we've been working through with them. It was also mentioned in the letter that our performance measures, which we had to arbitrarily, when we first started this, there wasn't any data on our students. And so in our contract with the state, it said that we would revisit those when we had enough data. I think 3 years could be enough data if it shows a trend or not. Our students are so different and unique in their stats that we probably should revisit that 1%. That was, I just arbitrarily had to put a number in because we were asked by the state to do that on all of our initial data because we had no data on our kids. So revisiting that would probably be a good time. We have 3 years now of data that we could probably come up with a good attainable goals. So anything else do you want to talk about on the concern for the attendance? Chronic absence.
I have a question.
Mhm.
So what is your participation rate in students with RISE? Are they all showing up
No,
half the time?
they are not.
And the same with the mentor participation?
That's higher. The mentor participation is higher. And what we have in place is when they don't meet with their mentor, then our dean gives a call or I give a call to figure out where they're at.
Thank you.
With the absenteeism this year, are you seeing any changes?
Yeah, our first look at the data, we were at 78% attendance. So we are making a difference and we are with these things that we have in place, I think we are making a difference in kids attending and coming to school.
When you say it's improved, is it improved by what you're doing or are you counting absenteeism the same way you did in the past year?
We've counted it the same. That's been consistent.
And so what do you think you're gonna be going to if you have, obviously you have latitude to count students as you want to count them?
I see that. I didn't know that. I thought we had to count them as they're here and that was what attendance was. But now that I've done some looking, I see that we can. I don't know. If I want to get off your list, I'll change it. If I want to look at what our kids are doing and what they are doing, then I will leave it the same so that we have the same data.
President Robbins, can we provide a factual?
Sure.
Yeah, Jay, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, so starting this school year, the department has a statewide attendance policy in which districts need to report exact time in the classroom. That was announced in the August school and educator leaders update. And our student reporting team's been working with the student information system vendors to ensure that the data that's reported reflects actual attendance.
So I guess I'm on the right track for that.
So would that be like class periods? So like when they return to school? So for example, we use Power School at our school. And so I help out in the elementary office. And when students come, it's either they're tardy, family related. It's like all the different things. So do you put that, is that like kind of what you're saying is like the requirements of the state or whatever? Like it's class periods and times, like as soon as they get there? It's like a certain.
Yes, exactly. So, you know, if you're helping out with the, in the central office or in that school office, you would still mark whatever circumstance it was, you know, student was late due to tardiness or left early because of doctor's appointment. But behind the scenes, the student information system, you know, so if that student left at noon, it would report to us that the student only attended from the beginning of school to noon in that example.
Sure.
Does that answer?
So I have a question, sorry.
I was just gonna say, thanks for the clarification, because that was gonna be one of my questions was with the new absentee law. How are these online? So glad that came up because that was gonna be one of my questions. So thanks for that clarification.
And my question to that is that we have kids, our kids take 2 classes at a time for 28 days. So if they have all of their classes in the morning, that counts them as a half a day. If I have a morning and an afternoon class, would that count them as the whole day? Or is it just that the 2 hours a day are 1/8 of a normal school?
I need to check into the specific circumstances to answer. I don't want to misspeak, but we can certainly check to see what data is coming through today for your district.
And if I may, with the new absenteeism law under chapter 299, 256E, which is what is governing your charter schools, or at least the position that Choice Charter takes is governing the charter schools, does not incorporate chapter 299. What it incorporates is 279, I believe it is 279.10 sub 1, which does mention 299.1. But what it says is that the charter school, essentially the board is going to determine the absentee policy. So I think that there is still some question, and I'm not doubting what the state is saying, but I think that there is still some question of what the interplay is going to be between 256E, 299, and 279 would be, I think one of the things that Choice Charter School has faced as being the first founding member charter school and being one of the first solely online schools is that we're sort of in this learning process and a bit of a test model for a lot of things. And I think that that comes into play with the absenteeism rate. What Dr. Knight was indicating is when we were setting up the contract with the state board, you know, there were metrics that we were required to fill in with not really having any idea of what those metrics were supposed to be. So an arbitrary number was set in and then put in that we would review once the additional data was provided. So I think that some of that comes into play here, right? Is that we're sort of feeling our way and trying to follow all the guidelines and the requirements that rightfully you guys want. But it's a little hard when we're a little bit on the back end trying to figure out how it all is going to apply to a relatively new model. So.
I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with you, but when you talk about the matrix and the goals and whatever, you put those numbers in there. I understand they're going to be reviewed. I get that. What was the background, the rationale, the research you did to come up with those numbers to begin?
I kind of just looked at what I was hoping I would get and what kind of kids I would get and where they would fall on things. I would love to have 1% absenteeism, right? So it wasn't necessarily the, it was the goal. It wasn't where I was.
So with the comparison with the online schools and alternative schools, I get that there's variations, but I guess what concerns me most is that we can argue how you count or what you don't count. My perspective is, how are you going to improve what you're doing? That's my biggest concern.
Right, and all of those things we put into place this year.
And have you seen a difference between your 7-8 students and your 9-12 students?
Yes. My 7-8 students come every day.
Yeah. And so when you have a chronic absenteeism of 82.73, it's actually higher at the high school than it is at the middle school.
Right.
So the high school could be, I guess, maybe in the 90s. I'm guessing. I don't know what your students.
Mhm. We have 30 kids in our middle school, so it's a small number.
All right, that's all the comments I have for now. Thank you.
So now to address the ISAPs. So we did get the email saying that we needed to talk about all of this. So we provided all the information. You got that already. So in looking at the data, one letter I got from the DE said we were improving and now they're saying we're not. So there's a small number. So when you think about our kids, and the data that I got from the Department of Ed, the data that I got, there were 24 duplicates. So they were counted 24 times, 24, they were duplicated numbers. So that could be, a full 10% difference in our participation rate. If they weren't duplicated, so of the students that were not duplicated, 77 of those had no data in their CUME folders of ever taking the assessment. The 75 that were left on that report that we got, there were 19 who were 11th graders, 15 who were 10th graders. And of the 75 that we did have data on, 18 of those kids took the test in 24 and the rest of them stopped taking it in 21.
Are there consequences for refusing to take the test?
So as CCS is compared to online schools, here again, we're talking about apples and oranges. All other online schools have a brick and mortar attached to them. And the majority of their students attend the brick and mortar based on schools that they live in within their district. We do not have a brick and mortar place for them to come take the test. Our students are scattered throughout the state. We cannot force kids to come to an off-site place. And it wasn't offered in the evenings when our kids work during the day. It wasn't offered on the weekends. When our parents could come, not have to take off work to bring their students to the testing sites. Our testing sites are mostly public libraries throughout the state. And we use a heat map to kind of figure out where they should be so that kids don't have to go any more than 30 minutes to take the test. But the sites don't open up till like 9 or 10. And so parents are already to work. But this new law, I'm really excited because the new law will allow us to do it virtually, and we should see a huge increase because all of our students are at home and they can take the test at home And we're doing some practice things ahead of time to make sure that our systems work and that we're ready to go. And so the refusal shouldn't be there. They should be able to get on and take it during the school day while they're on their computers. The indicator that we chose for that is actually parent decision. It's not parent refusal, as reported. One of the reasons we put parent decision was because some of those kids showed up to school online, but they didn't show up to the testing. So they weren't absent for the day. They were present, but they just didn't go to the testing. And that was, so they either had an invalid result, which they didn't show up. It was a parent decision. It was absent during testing period, a medical emergency, a transfer in student, or non-applicable. So my staff decided that it was parent decision because they didn't get them to the testing site. So that's why we put that on there. We sent out letters, 2 letters, and then on our parent square of the testing and when they were to be there and what time. The day before, some called the parents and said, okay, remember, we gotta, called the kids and said, we have the testing tomorrow, it's here and that. And then the day of the test, we called the parents and many of them didn't reply to us. So that was why we chose to use the parent decision. You have to have a reason why the kids don't show up for that. Participation rate is not part of our assigned performance indicator in our signed contract. Just so you know that it's not in our contract. But if that's something that you want us to have in there, we can certainly revisit that. And we'd be happy to revise that along with the other data, like the 1% attendance, to better reflect our student population now that we have some data on it. And then I want to say that if the goal of the state is to address the needs of students in Iowa and provide a world-class education, which is what your mission is here, then our school is absolutely a necessity. It may not fit the matrices, it may not fit the measures, but that's why these schools are failing, why these students are failing. There's no other school in the state that's doing what Choice Charter School is doing. We have live teachers for all of our students. Many of the schools that we're compared to use EdMinim and Edgenuity. And in my professional opinion, those are not world-class educations for these kids. When you can Google every answer and not have to apply or synthesize, our kids have to do that. So again, we're comparing apples and oranges. Other online schools have very few staff. I did some research and some of them only have 4 or 5 people. I have 62 that help our kids. So if we would like to measure how well we produce productive citizens, I'm knocking that out of the park. Every student that graduates from Choice Charter School is either gainfully employed, going on to school, or going on to a trade, and they're being successful citizens. So if that's the measure of what school is, we are top notch on that. And we make sure our students are prepared for the next thing. But if test participation and scores is the goal of education, we fail miserably. I want to leave you with this. We are changing the lives of students in Iowa who are not thriving. They are now. We provide a world-class education to our students and are finding that they have hope for a brighter future. And it's 300 and growing. And I want to leave you with this last thing. A student wrote this in her class as a classroom assignment. After the suspension, everything had changed. I moved, changed schools, and learned finally what I had been wanting to do with my life. A couple of months of living with my dad and finishing the school year online, I finally started living with my mom. She noticed all the things I had finally noticed about myself as well, which led to her wanting to help guide my future decisions and lead me instead of choosing for me. Once it was time for school to come back around again, I wasn't able to join in person. The last resort was online school. That wasn't my favorite idea since I was such a social butterfly. We finally chose to join CCS, and this was one of the smartest decisions of my schooling. During my time at CCS, which is about to come to an end, unfortunately, I have exceeded my own expectations, including my family's, because of the effort I have put in and the fact that I am graduating earlier than my senior class. CCS also helped in the beginning by guiding me through picking a career and classes to excel in what I decided to do. After years of having my mind set on being a nurse, I went back to an original idea of what I wanted to do when I was really young. I've now enrolled myself to start this December 1st at Aveda Institute, West Des Moines. The decision to pursue a career in cosmetology has made me more excited than any idea I had before. What questions do you have for me?
A couple follow-ups. I did read your report with your annual report that you submitted. And you talked about your graduates. And when I talked to other people in the profession about choice charter, I fully understand you're dealing with very difficult situations with kids. I get that. And I'm not downplaying the successes that you've had. The question I have, and I don't have the answer to it, is that you talk about your graduates, and I know your graduation rate's going to be below state. I get that. But about what is your graduation rate as far as the number of kids that come? How do you quantify those that come and earn X number of credits to get back on track and maybe return to their schools?
There are some who do that.
Or those that maybe earn enough credits where they get a graduate diploma equivalency, or those that just don't make it? I'd be interested in those numbers as well, not today, but eventually.
I'd be happy to give them.
Yeah, eventually. Any other questions or comments?
So you said that you expect the number of students who participate in the assessments to increase next year because it's going to be available online. So since it's available, I mean, if it's going to be, I mean, how much do you expect to increase, or do you, I mean?
Probably all, most all, unless they're sick, because they'll be at home and
People just log in and do it.
Yeah. We have, there's, 1 to 10 ratio of monitoring. The system has to be able to see the kid in the background and see their screen. And so there's things that we have to do, and it's we have 4 days to get it done. So, yeah, I think it'll be huge difference.
Yeah, that was one of my questions, how that would be proctored.
There's stipulations on what we have to do.
Any other questions or comments?
I appreciate the contact.
Thank you.
And the additional information. Thank you for coming today.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks for listening.
All right. We have Lake, Iowa Central, Buena Vista Early College Charter, High School and West Central Charter, 1-year contract extension.
We're back.
So President Robbins, just want to wrap some context around the context. Just to put a sort of a expectation management, we would expect that the department would monitor and see if the things that Dr. Knight and council mentioned actually took root and had an effect. But the most important thing in this context is the performance framework and the agreed upon numbers in that performance framework. And the board can only rely what is in the contract and what is in that performance framework. So if there's needs to adjust, that needs to happen sooner rather than later. And then one final thing, although that the participation is not specifically set out in the performance framework, achievement and proficiency is. In any school's participation rate is going to affect the denominator. So is it proficient of those tested or proficient of those enrolled? So in some way, participation will affect the numerator, will affect the rate. So I hope the department wants every charter school to succeed. The department has made the state board and the legislature and Governor Reynolds have made a significant investment in the charter space. And we stand ready to help, but this is a discussion that needs to happen directly with the board, because unlike a school district or non-public school where there's an accreditation relationship, this is a contractual relationship. And so it needs to be willing buyer, willing seller. We hope for success. We're ready to the subject matter experts are ready to support, and I'm ready to support the subject matter experts, but, hoping for the best and hoping that the innovations that Dr. Knight and council described take root.
And Thomas, just to add one piece of context on assessment participation, it is a requirement in ESEA, and the Elementary and Secondary Education Act is also a federal requirement.
As it should be. And just a reminder that choice will be coming up for renewal in 26-27. And so we can revisit the performance framework at that time. That's pretty good. Okay, transitioning to a request for a one-year contract extension for both Storm Lake and West Central. And this is our request. It is not a request from either Storm Lake or West Central. And the purpose of this request is to bring the timelines for contract renewal in line with each other between 256F and 256E. In 256F, the law states that renewals will happen no less than every 4 years. In 256E, it's every 5 years, no less than every 5 years. And what we want to do is put all the charters on the same schedule. West Central and Storm Lake are the only two that are under 256F. So we are requesting to put them on the same renewal schedule as all the rest of the charter schools. So that would mean that West Central would be up for renewal in 27-28 instead of 26-27. And Storm Lake would be up for renewal in 26-27 instead of 25-26. And I've contacted both West Central and Storm Lake, and they are good with 1-year contract extensions.
These are school-based charter schools.
So it is under the legacy charter. These are attendance centers of the district. Under the new model, it would be a school board, state board model.
Right.
But these are school board adopted charters that are attendance centers in the district.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question. I'm just asking a question. So I actually wrote the West Central grant. So can I vote on that still, or?
So when was the West Central application written?
And it's when it first came out under the law. I was the
So 2005, I
Yeah.
think, way back in 2000.
Yeah, I was the superintendent at the time and I wrote that grant.
That
for West
grant.
Central. It was the Iowa Public Charter Grant.
No objections to voting on this matter. It's remote in time and it's not substantive. It's designed to get the two legacy charters on the same cadence. Thanks for surfacing that question,
Yeah.
but I've got no objections to your voting on this request.
Okay. Entertain a motion.
I move we approve the 2 one-year extensions as described for the Storm Lake and West Central, Storm Lake, Iowa Central and West Central charter contracts.
Second.
Moved by Brian, second by Todd. Any further discussion? Hearing none, those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Those opposed, same sign. It's carried. Charter schools legislative report.
Yes, thank you, Superintendent Cole, for being here.
Yes, just in case you had any questions.
Okay, now we're moving on to the legislative report. You should all have had the pleasure of reading the 30-page report, which was a lot less pages than last year's report because we included the links to individual reports at the end instead of including in an appendix. So thank you for your time today. I just want to kind of key us back into where we're at in the authorization cycle. So we have 5 steps in our authorization cycle. And right now we're in step 4, which is ongoing oversight and evaluation. So our authority here is that all charter schools need to submit an annual report by October 1st. And when we submit that report on October 1st, we take approximately 3 weeks to work back and forth with the charter schools to ensure that they have all the required data within the report. And you have to have some sort of a cutoff. So we cut it off around week 3 of October with a final report from each of the charter schools, which we then use to turn around a legislative report for the state board that must be submitted by December 1st. If the board finds anything unsatisfactory, the state board must notify the charter school of the perceived problem and provide a reasonable opportunity for the school to remedy the problem if you find anything unsatisfactory within their individual reports. And you may take appropriate corrective actions or impose sanctions, which may include requiring the charter school to develop and execute a corrective action plan and within a specified time period. So those are things that you can do if you find things unsatisfactory in their individual reports. There's a specific data that is required from each individual charter school listed here. And so the report is organized by each one of those specific data elements. Each one of those sections then starts with an introduction to set up the context for those data, then presentation of the data, and then discussion of the results of the data and any next steps to improve or sustain. The report itself from the state board is organized just a little differently. We also need to include some findings, if we had any findings from the previous year, and also recommendations of what we think needs to happen for next steps for the individual charter schools. I know this can be confusing too, like we have more schools that are in operation than are reporting. We have 7 reporting schools. That means that they have been in operation long enough to actually have data to report. We have 10 operational schools. So we have, 3 additional schools that are in their first year. So they don't have data report. And then we have 16 authorized schools. These are the 7 that are reporting. So these are the 7 that you should have had individual reports for. So Choice, Empowering Excellence, Great Oaks, Hamburg, Horizon, Storm Lake, and West Central. And out of those, Hamburg, Storm Lake, and West Central are school board models. In the 24-25 year, we had 804 students enrolled across all charters in aggregate. Just to note that this represents less than 0.2% of our total enrollment, so not a large population. But it was an increase in population from last year, as we had 257 enrolled last year, and now we have 804. So it's over 200% increase in enrollment. On page 9 of your report, you don't have to go there, but on page 9 is a kind of charter highlights. And we have several charter highlights across the charter schools. We just pulled out one here for the slide. So we have some celebrations for the charters. Choice and Horizon have kind of a significant enrollment increase from last year to this year, which could be celebrated. And Powering had 0% chronic absenteeism in FY 25, which is, I think, something to be celebrated. Great Oaks is, active in trying to obtain additional funds, and they received a youth build grant with IJAG and DMAC. Hamburg actually had outperformed the state on ELA, ninth grade students. And West Central had better graduation rates than the state. So 94.4% four-year graduation rate and 100% five-year graduation rate. And then Farm Lake had that average daily attendance up 100%. There's some good celebrations across our charter schools. We're going to transition to the summary of data statements, which I'm not going to read at you. If you go into the report itself, you can look at the mission statements, vision statements, as well as their goals and progress on those. Just take a second and let you kind of review quickly those mission statements. There's no rhyme or reason for an increase in fonts. There's no, sorry about that. I think that it's just acting strangely here on the presentation mode. So as far as the goals are concerned, charter schools have progressed 24 out of 33 goals. So they have met goals that they set forth. So around 72% of the goals have been met. And of course, the remaining goals have not been met. That doesn't mean they're not working hard on them. In terms of enrollment, compared to the state overall, like the individual charters, if you look at those data, there are several charter schools that have a lot of variation from the state, differences in the state demographics. But as a whole, when you aggregate, they're pretty close to the state, except a couple of differences. The African-American students are more than double the percent served, and white students at a much lower percent served, but it's pretty spot on in regards to enrollment and demographics. For attendance, graduation, and dropout, I think there are some celebrations here for the charter schools. You can see the state on the far right on the table. Maybe it's your far right, is it? On my screen it is. I just want to kind of point out here that the asterisks that you see are data that we provided that the charter school themselves did not provide. And the double asterisk means that it was an N of lower than 10. So we were not able to provide the data. And a reminder that attendance, graduation, and dropout is a year in arrears. And so Empowering and Great Oaks, we're not going to have data on them yet. Horizon is an elementary school, and Storm Lakes is grade 12. But some celebrations here. We're within 1 point of the state or above the state in attendance and graduation, as well as dropout. I can see that West Central, the 2.17 should be yellow. So they also had within 1 percentage point of the dropout rate.
So Barbara, with choice, her ADA is 88.6. How does that square with the chronic absences?
I can't personally answer that question. I think it's a good question, but Jay might be able to shed light on that.
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Well, the attendance, the choice, average daily attendance is 88.6. They are also here because of their chronic absences.
Sure, I mean, those are looking at, while attendance is the basis for chronic absenteeism, it's looking at it differently. And in some cases, absent or attendance can sort of obfuscate the underlying issues that exist. So chronic absenteeism, looking at the percent of students that missed that 10% or more within the school year. So both can be true. You can have, a higher attendance rate as well as a high chronic absenteeism.
It should be some type of correlation between them, but okay.
Well, President Robbins, if you look at the numbers, if I miss 10% of, classes within the marking period, I'm chronically absent. And that can be distributed, like Dr. Pennington says, that can be distributed amongst students. But if you look at the 88.6, that kind of signals if only 88% of your students are at attendance on an average day, over time, that signals that chronic absenteeism might be a concern because that's higher than 90 or lower than 90.
Yeah.
So I think it's
I understand it, just
counterintuitive.
asking the question. Thank you.
I think that on this slide then, somebody's chatting. Do I look at that? No, okay. I think on this slide, there's lots of celebrations. I think Choice Charters is struggling with the graduation rate. You've already discussed that, and we have quite a high dropout rate compared to the other charter schools. And then for proficiency, proficiency in our charter schools is generally below the state average in both ELA and mathematics. You can see that here. Look at the all students in reading, you can see that our state percent is 71.6, and then all students for our charter is 62.3, so around a 9-point difference. Mathematics is a larger, it's about 20% difference between the state all students and charter all students, but there are some bright lights on page 24 in your report. Mathematics, Horizon Science performed within 1% of the state proficiency for third graders, and West Central outperformed the state in mathematics for 10th graders. And then for reading, some highlights here for you, Hamburg and West Central performed within 1 percentage point or outperformed the state proficiency in 9th, 10th, and 11th graders. So we have some individual charters outperforming the state.
So with the participation rate among charters, how does that, is that number available too, as far as the number of participation rate for charter schools included somewhere?
I don't think we are required to report participation rate. No, we don't have participation rate in.
Maybe in future years, that might be another good column to have in there.
Okay.
Not this year, but in future years.
I'm not gonna write on this. You're gonna write that down. Thank you.
President Robbins, to be clear, that's in excess of what the statute requires. So it would be, the statute lists the elements in the report. If we would want to, if the state board the department at the state board's direction wants to add an element, it would need to be clear that it's optional. Not optional, but it's addition to what the statute requires.
I was thinking that what was being asked is on this particular slide to add a percent. So it would be added in our legislative report, but not in the individual reports for the charter schools. So I might have misunderstood.
Yeah.
So in our legislative
Basically, what I was
report.
asking is that, can we,
Okay.
too much I guess, hurdles.
Can easily in the legislative report, absolutely. In the individual school.
All I would like to see is
reports,
just another column of participation rate
we can do that.
in future years, not this year.
Okay, qualification of teachers and administrators of those reporting. We got 100% reporting for teachers qualified to teach, so 79 out of 79 there. Not all charters of reporting administrators out of those that we reported, 6 out of 6 were qualified to teach. We have, I believe, Hamburg, West Central, and Storm Lake did not report administrators. Moving on to financial stability, you see a lot of pink here. And so pink means that they're running in the pink for but give me the word. What am I trying? Deficit, run at a deficit. I don't know why that just went right out of my brain. Running at a deficit. But we do have a couple of charters that have surplus. So I just want to point out here, it's going to be kind of important in the subsequent slides that choice and empowering our independent charter schools. And what you want to look at across charter schools are the first two columns, the 23, 24 and 24, 25, because those are known finances. 25, 26, you're obviously right in the middle of the year. Those are projected. So we really want to look at 24, 25, and you can see that choice and empowering are both operating at a surplus for those 2 years as the two kind of sole independent charter schools. The rest that you see are not the rest. Hamburg is also operating at a surplus, but the remaining are operating at a deficit. So we have 4 out of 7 of the charter schools that are operating at a deficit. And all the charter schools are working hard to strengthen their sustainability and long-term financial health, doing several things, including promotion, trying to increase their charter enrollment, partnership with community colleges for dual enrollment. They're trying to diversify, obtain those grants like Great Oaks, fundraising, and deepen the community engagement. But the reason why I wanted you to remember about those two independents is because we do have charter schools that are school board models that are operating at a deficit, West Central and Storm Lake. And that means that they're operating a little differently than the independent charter schools. The school board models mean that the local school district acts as the fiscal agent and is responsible for covering any of those financial shortfalls. And that's the same thing for charter management organizations. So Great Oaks and Horizon are both operating under charter management organizations, and they provide that direct financial support to charters that they establish.
Without naming any names, are you concerned about any of the charters making it financial?
Not currently, because as I said, Great Oaks and Horizon are under the charter management organization. So they are responsible for their financial health, and Storm Lake and West Central also, and have reported deficits over the years, but their district is helping them with those financial shortfalls.
It reaches a point with the charter management. I just assume that if a school is not carrying their weights financially, that it could be a discussion.
Correct. Yeah. And it'll probably be a discussion with the charter management organization before it even, before it hits here. All the charters report satisfaction from their students and their community and their families. So what I'm showing here is their projected enrollment, and all the charters have an increase of projected enrollment except Storm Lake and West Central, who have been pretty steady at these numbers over the years.
Since Cynthia's here, you want to comment on your enrollment projections for
It's
20?
based on us getting 5 to 7 kids every week. So that's what we're averaging. So that's what that is. It's the perception.
It's not necessarily FTE, full-time equivalent, it's just. Or is it full-time equivalent students?
You mean from the beginning of the year to the end of the year? Probably not, because we don't have very many kids that do that.
Okay. Thank you.
We did have 600 kids come through our school last year. You know.
There were no findings during the 24-25 school year of non-compliance across all the schools that are in operation. So our final slide would be our recommendation, which would, we're expecting that all charter schools would continue to progress toward their stated mission, vision, and goals. They're working hard to do so. We recommend that we continue reviewing the data when considering charter renewals. And there are some coming up, 26, 27. And then request performance updates underperforming charter at a state board meeting.
So the recommendation is to approve the charter schools legislative report.
So moved.
Moved by Mary,
Second.
second by Brooke. Any discussion?
Thank you very much.
Good information.
I just had one question. And this is probably a dumb question, but way back on the first like Venn diagram back here at the beginning. Is the 10 plus 7 supposed to be 16 here? I don't get, there's 16 authorized, there's 10 operating, and there's 7 reporting.
Our charter information. So we have 7 reporting. We have 3 additional operating.
Right. But we have 16 authorized. So who's,
There's 6 still open next school year.
okay, so then there'll be
So it's 10
like,
plus 6. 10 plus 6, basically. So we have 7, we're adding.
okay, so 6, that's what that's for. 6 more next year.
They're authorized but not operating.
Thank you.
Correct.
I knew it was a dumb question.
No, I mean, that's why we talk about it, because it gets so confusing. Well, why don't we have reports from all of the operating charter schools? And
So we do have a motion on the table to vote. to approve the charter, submitting the charter school legislative report. Those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All same sign. Motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
We will be breaking for lunch. It's, we're scheduled to go until 12:35, and what we will do is served in the hallway.
Bless you.
Bless you.
Half hour allotted to it. I think that might be a overly generous amount of time to hear and discuss based on the history of this charter school sample or model contract. So starting back from the beginning, a very good place to start.
Did you make that up?
I know that.
This, yes. Age yourself with a, reference to a movie. So the initial couple of cycles, the board didn't have a sample contract, the department didn't have a sample contract. There was questions of authority to adopt one. I was the source of those questions. My concern about that was resolved because this is willing buyer, willing seller. It's not a regulatory relationship. It's a contractual relationship. And if you as a party to a contract want to direct the department to draft on your behalf a sample contract, we do so. We will do so. And we did so with the assistance of some outside expertise. that was the first generation of a sample contract. And my sense of being in the Miami airport, waiting to get on a flight to Cuba the first time the sample contract was discussed, it helped streamline the discussion. So now we have a sample contract that is a couple of generations through use. And so various charter schools have suggested alternative language or options within the sample contract. Those have been adopted. It is largely identical to the sample contracts that you have seen used and approved as actual contracts in the past. But with that background, I just want to quickly hop through the contract itself, hit the highlights, and then Dr. Oland and I are open for any questions that you may have. Why does it say thing X instead of thing Y or thing X prime? So the first portion of the contract is the name of the school. And there's been some flexibility in there, like trade name versus business name, the corporation doing business as. There's flexibility in the contract to allow for trade names or fictitious names or popular names. So Corporation X operating charter school, Corporation X operating the Thomas Mays School for Wayward Boys Charter School. The first chunk of the application of the sample contract is definitions. These are largely from the statute. The instructions or feedback in the past was if it's a critical term, set it out in the contract so that the document is self-sufficient and self-sustaining rather than having to resort to looking something up in the statute. So there are some things that if this were a rule, I would say we would incorporate the statutory language by reference. But since this is a contract, willing buyer, willing seller, the four corners of the contract should contain all of the essential elements. So item 1 is definitions. Item 2 is the establishment, including the opening date and the target location. Understanding that target location might need to change. You have taken action in the past to amend contracts to address location changes or even deferring a contract for a year to allow for a location change. Item 3 is sort of it's the load-bearing columns. It is what makes the relationship work, and that's the purpose and mission. What the charter school is intending to do, any additional purposes they may specify. Item 4 is the term and renewal, including the option for a planning year. Section 5 is governance, who your board is, that you have bylaws, that you have to have an anti-nepotism policy, optional language if you are receiving support from an education management organization, charter management organization, or an education service providers. Section 6, powers and duties. Again, this sets forth what is required by the statute. As the statute has changed, consistent with my earlier discussion in the contract, rather than incorporating by reference, being abundantly clear, you have to do these things. There is also the last portion, 6.320, comply with the requirements of Iowa Administrative Code, Chapter 281-19. This is a catch-all. So if there's after enacted legislation that puts a new duty or a new authority or a new prohibition on a charter school, that would become part of the contract through that compliance with administrative rule, because administrative rule will catch up to statute. That will then become a term of the contract. Education program, item 7, this would include the design elements, graduation requirements for high schools, workforce development performance outcomes for the middle level and the high school level. What are your school year, school days, hour of operations? Item 8, the performance framework, the metrics, including voluntarily selected metrics. There was a discussion of how on an earlier agenda item, if a voluntarily selected performance metric doesn't match achievement, the contract needs to be amended. Item 9, enrollment and admissions, including that sets forth the statutory requirements that it be open to all, waiting lists, maximum enrollment, minimum enrollment. Item 10 is employment, including having licensed teachers, licensed administrators. Item 11 is facilities. Where are you going to be? Have you been inspected? Item 12, Dr. Oland alluded to this earlier about financial operations, including the possibility of outside funding, the requirement of annual audits. Similar, item 13 is budget. Because charter schools have to complete certified annual reports or complete the same financial reporting that public school districts do. This sets forth the requirement they use a budget and that it be aligned with the certified annual report and that it be reconciled and audited. Item 14 is insurance. 15 is additional services. That's a catch-all. Services at a future date. Item 16, breach of contract. There have been no terminations of contract under Chapter 256E. So the new charter statute, there have been no terminations. Folks, all charter schools are still in their initial period of their initial contract. But under the legacy statute, there was a charter school that lost its charter, did not voluntarily surrender. It was removed by the state board through state board action for breach of its performance framework. So what that would look like is set forth in item 16. Item 17 is sort of like the lawyer sandbox. It is everything else. It's sort of like the junk drawer in one's kitchen where all of the, all of the things that business lawyers like to see regarding merger, like all of the prior written back and forth or emails or drafts, those are all consolidated in and superseded by this contract. Non-assignment, retaining records. Item 18 is who gets notice. And then the last page 24 of the document, 25 of your PDF is the signature block. So this follows the sort of the framework that any contract of this dollar amount would follow, with the addition of deliverables and scope of work being much more detailed towards a business that's educating children at public expense. So with that, Dr. Oland and I and other folks from the DE's team charter are open for your questions. Folks have put some really thoughtful work into getting this. It's never going to be perfect, but closer to perfect over time. It's going through, it's funneling down towards where we don't anticipate, the subject matter experts and I don't anticipate major issues executing this contract with any charter school applicant that you approve at your January meeting. So with that, we are open to your questions. Again, this is a hear and discuss. This is not an action item for approval.
I have a question on the target location. So it says target location in the contract. Is it like the target location or are they just like is it a location, I guess? Is it target location just because a lot of times they don't know maybe where they're going to end up or?
So it's structured in two ways. It's structured where we have a spot. We have a lease. It's been inspected. We've gotten insurance quotes for it. Our construction manager, our engineer said it's capable to convert from retail space into classrooms. We have a spot, or some of the contracts you've approved in the past have said, we are targeting this census tract, we are targeting this zip code. Either are an option.
Oh, okay.
So it's written in the alternative. So the text is defined location or location to be determined, but some concreteness about the location to be determined. The northwest quadrant of city X, the south side of Des Moines, the Des Moines north of 8035, using those three examples.
And then later by amendment, then we secure the actual, or they let us know and we put in the actual location where it's gonna be.
Yes.
Okay.
Your authorization is in January and the contract. We could turn around in February.
Yeah.
So many of them do not have a location until after they're authorized.
Like Red Barn. Yeah.
The first round of contract approval, for those of you who are on the board, it was very difficult. There's some contracts that included some language that others excluded or any of this. So this is
Or they were based on some other state,
Mhm.
state law.
Yeah. Because of the managing company.
So the advantage of the sample contract is that it's a common, from an earlier speak, like apples to apples organization. Maybe Gala to Fuji to Granny Smith, but there's all still apples. And all of our applicants in the past have asked, can we modify this language? Again, that's permissible, willing buyer, willing seller. There's nothing requiring this to be used, but it's a great starting point for both the board and each charter applicant.
So when we, so like for Choice Charter, which we didn't use this one for, but when we reuse it, because we have to go through the whole contract, do they have to reapply or what's the reauthorization? Or they just have to re-sign a contract?
Yes. What we're hoping is that they will use this contract.
Okay.
An example, and so that all of our charter schools will be on this contract. Moving forward.
Or something based on this, like this as a starting point versus choose your own adventure.
Yeah. Okay.
Has there been any resistance to using this sample?
There's been not resistance to using the sample as a starting point. There was some significant bargaining with one particular applicant, the last cohort. And the applicant was represented by out-of-state counsel and was trying to import other states' law. So I'm just going to pick a fictional state of Pennsylvania. So importing Pennsylvania law. And it was just inapplicable. And we walked through with corporation counsel and the Iowa Charter Group. This is why that doesn't fit with this. So there was it wasn't yes or no, but it was a matter of.
So basically, if somebody chooses to submit a different contract, it's still up to us if we even want to approve that contract.
Well, I think, yeah, because this is the marketplace. And it's willing buyer, willing seller. So if I'm leading a charter management, if I'm leading a founding group that wants to open the Thomas May School for Wayward Boys, and I don't use this, I need to understand from straight out of the chute that I'm swimming against the current. The sample contract is experience tested. It's a common framework for everybody. If I choose not to use an experience tested common framework, I need to understand that I've got a higher burden of production, a higher burden of persuasion in order to get my contract signed. So you as in that willing buyer, willing seller equation, you are within your rights to be skeptical of an applicant that does not use this sample or does not use this sample as a starting point.
Oh, within the sample, there's a lot of latitude as far as what they want to include in the programs. Any narration they want to include.
Yeah, and I think that that is by design because I'm a K-4 charter. I'm a high school only charter. I'm a charter that has a 1 week on, 1 week off calendar. It's designed to be to accommodate that choice and innovation, but also give sort of like a common metric.
Maybe read this close enough. I know that there are some charter applications where they request to be, yes, up to state standards. Have that flexibility to opt out of some. Is that in the application process? But is it also in the contract as well?
It's both and. So it's in the application process as well as the contract because the section.
That's the word I was looking for.
I was like,
Section 7 is the education program. Sections like 13 and 14 are like performance and accountability. So within that space, I'm describing my education program would include offer to teach, am I seeking waiving? The provision of my calendar would include, the default rule is I'm using 180 days or 1,080 hours, but have I sought and received a waiver of that as part of the application process? So the contract would incorporate the educational program, the school calendar that the charter voluntarily is undertaking or has through the application process been exempted from.
does the applicant, sorry.
I have a question. So like today, that came up under the choice on the attendance that addressed and
The performance framework, they identified that they would have less than 1% chronic absenteeism rate. And that was in the performance framework. And when they go up for renewal, that's when we can change that to a different
so
percent.
like
So
when their
yes.
attorney said, hey, she was quoting some of the codes that it's kind of not
That,
cut and dry. Should that be part of this application that?
So I think that
Oh, the
Part of the
absenteeism.
contract on the absenteeism, so
Yeah,
I don't know if that's part of that. Because they were saying that's kind of all over the massive charter schools, online charter schools.
So I'm not going to try to speak for counsel when and I greatly respect her and her firm. I'm not going to try to speak in her absence, but again, the rank order of what I, as a private individual, consider important. That's the performance framework. Performance framework first. Attendance as a measure of accountability. That still is going to be a common metric, as Dr. Pennington described. So I have to account for how my students are going to attend. I have to set out what my days, my hours, my calendar is. I have to use this common framework for coding attendance for the school performance profiles and the SSA accountability. So maybe it doesn't directly state that the chronic absenteeism law applies, but every indication is it does indirectly. But again, I can have high chronic absenteeism rates, but I'm meeting my targets that I willingly bargained with the board and I'm progressing in the right direction. Even if I am still on, I still have some degree of chronic absenteeism, if it's heading in the right direction in a framework that you all agree to, that would be success under their contract.
Thomas, isn't that why in miscellaneous provisions, you've got 17.3 governing law and enforceability and 17.11 subsequently enacted law to make it explicit that any statute, for example, the chronic absenteeism law would be applicable?
Right. So the chronic absenteeism law is an example of this, that 17.3, that's the generic choice of law. We're not going to apply. We need this for the enterprise needs this for out-of-state charter management organizations. We're not going to apply Illinois law or California law to this contract. But for after enacted law, let's say the chronic absenteeism law is amended to specifically include charters. I think it is implicitly, they are implicitly included, but let's say it's amended to expressly include them, then that after enacted legislation clause would kick in.
I think that the other component is that the performance framework mirrors the Iowa School Performance Profile Accountability Framework. And all charter schools are required to participate in our Iowa School Performance Profile Accountability Framework, which specifically looks at growth, ELA, math, English learners, proficiency, ELA, math, science, and then chronic absenteeism, both chronic absenteeism rate and attendance growth experienced by students who were previously chronically absent. And there's specific high school indicators as well.
What is the standard as far as participation rate before the results are?
The federal standard for compliance, 95%, correct, Jay?
For assessment?
Yes.
95%.
Well, and 2.5 incorporates whatever we want, but includes the application. I mean, we just put those standards in there are standards in the application. So it really is, I mean, I didn't want to get into a dispute over it, but it seems like it's incorporated by reference.
So the goal, I mean, and I think this is designed to be belts and suspenders. So in case it's not,
That's what I would say.
in case it's not expressly set out later in section 7, your application is part of your contract. So if I'm trying to, if I'm the chief charter administrator for the Thomas May School for Wayward Boys and I try to play the shell game, well, that's not, you pick a long shell, the ball isn't under that takes the shell game off of the table. My contract is incorporated, plus the framework is incorporated. And let's just say the Thomas May School for Wayward Boys does not discriminate based on sex.
Oh my God.
It's open to- It's not, it is a day school. Yes.
Could you have something you'd like to add here?
I just had a question. So, okay. So I see because I had a question about whether the application was incorporated. So I see that. Is there like it would be the application that we approved? If we approve an application?
Yeah, so
You guys approve the application?
You approved.
We approve it in January?
Yes.
Okay, and then we approve, okay. Would it make sense to say approve the application or no?
So they're only signing a contract if the application's been approved. So I think that would be, it might be a good clarification, but in my view, it's not necessary because you don't even get to a contract with an unapproved application.
I see, okay.
And the application process itself is time for additional bargaining. We're going to approve this application with these conditions. You would expect to see those conditions reflected in the contract.
Okay.
Thanks.
I think it hangs together. I don't know if it's worth adding, but sometimes we might say not to be construed against the drafter or something like that. I didn't necessarily see that specifically. The captions are in there. You can't interpret by captions. This feels like it's going to be a mutually negotiated contract, and this is just the base, not an adhesion like where we say here.
Yeah.
So.
I think that if they, for choice charter, you think it would be clarify some things once they're on this, in terms of kind of speaking to what they were the performance framework and things like that, do you think that once they move to this contract, would clarify some things of what they are responsible for and needed here too, or do you think that's just the struggle that they have with their student population or?
Well, I think both probably. So my hope is that it will clarify some things. A reminder that we did not have a performance framework structure like we have now. That's very clear when they signed their contract in 2022.
Okay.
Now our performance framework is quite clear, and we provide training on that so that they understand it. So I think it hopefully will clarify those things, and they will have an opportunity to revise some of their targets, as they said that they were going to revisit those targets, and this provides them that opportunity. And I also think it is a struggle within their school.
Okay.
So we put this on the agenda as a standing agenda item at this meeting prior to the application review period. And with the board's guidance, we'll continue to do so that we can comprehensively look at the contract prior to entering the application period and the contract negotiation period.
So a lot of good work has been done by the subject matter experts and folks who are no longer with the department, Dr. Elder, to get this to this place. And with that foundation, I think the applicants that are coming on board in January and February will be, their work is easier because of that prior work.
I just have one last question. 6.3.1 has a litany of actions that would be prohibited discrimination. And there's a 10.2 has a shorter list that I think.
So 6.3.1.
At the last clause, and laws prohibiting discrimination on the basis of race, creed, color, sex, orientation, etc. And then 10.2 is talking about, now maybe there's a reason for that, to race, age, color, religion, or national origin.
One applies to employment.
Right.
And one.
But they kind of all do.
Is gender identity still?
That's a correction that we're going to need. Yeah. I mean, there would be nothing stating, I'm going to put a frame around it. The state cannot require a clause on gender identity discrimination. But if a founding group or a school board decided to voluntarily include prohibitions on gender identity discrimination in the contract that they submit, that is their latitude. And then, of course, bargain for exchange. You might have questions about like why, what's that going to look like? But 10.2, the student protections in the statute are broader than employment law protections. So I think that's why the recommendation is to have them in two different places.
Okay.
I think we're good to go. Last question, what are we anticipating as far as number of new applicants?
We have 6 total applications and we're right in the middle of, well, we've just finished all the review of the applications and now we're moving to interviews and public forums.
I'm assuming it are all these in the metro area. Do we have an outliner?
Plus.
You said Frederick, did you say Frederick? What's that?
It's up near Waterloo.
Oh, thank you.
I stomping grounds.
Oh,
I have a place, my people.
Well, I'll save that question for the application process. Okay, thank you.
So with that one correction that I'd already noted about gender identity, we will thank you for your attention and we have our instructions.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. You can go check
All
with
right.
Sarah. You better hurry. I don't know if yours has been taken yet.
All right, we have
Oh, she's already eaten it.
Prairie Lakes.
I say you're. Yes. If I go over, you have to pick me up.
Okay, that's over there.
Okay. That one was a little bigger.
We should mark that.
I know, right?
I kind of like the adventure.
I like the adventure.
You
Oh, it does right.
It's like I'm gonna flip over.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right, I am here as a follow-up to the accreditation visits and reports that we did over the summer. And so Prairie Lakes was asked to provide quarterly updates. So we're here to do our first quarterly update. And we have Dan Mart, the Chief Administrator, Chris Ahrens, who's in charge of special ed, and Tabitha, I think, is joining us on Zoom.
We were trying to get her on.
Okay, sounds good. Eventually she'll join us on Zoom. And she facilitates ed services and media in the agency. So I'm going to turn it over to Dan to provide his update.
We'll start with Chris, actually. We're going to go through the sheets that I think we've turned in, right? So you said have those. So we'll start the first section. We're going to have Chris go through the first part of action and give highlights and updates on that, and we'll continue through there.
Okay, yes, we had 5 actions that we needed to work on, and the first one was around leadership and special education. The leadership team, compliance, communication, supervision, that sort of thing. And so kind of adjusting our admin team. We have 2 different types of meetings, one that's more internal, where we look at data and trends and that sort of thing and think about what we need to get out to the field. And the other one is more management based in the system-wide work. Something we've done around general supervision is we held a general supervision network meeting in June, and we had over 50 participants come and join. Principals and other leaders of special ed joined that meeting to learn more about their role in general supervision in their districts. We also have implemented a special education leadership network, which is the 3rd Wednesday of every month. And so with that, we've invited in the LEA special ed leaders, and we are taking a deeper dive into the policy and practice webinars. So we take whatever content from the previous month and then have them apply it at those sessions. And what we're noticing is it gives them an opportunity to really think about what does this mean in my building, and kind of pushes their thinking a little more rather than just passively listening to those webinars. Other things we've done, we've started our principal networks. We have those. We had one yesterday and we had about 25 participants join that. Again, the focus was largely on general supervision. There was an element of school improvement as well, kind of letting them know what's out there and kind of talking through the continuous improvement process, that sort of thing. It was well received that people participated very well, and the collaboration and networking among the group was, I think, helpful. They really got good ideas from each other, and it was nice for them to be able to connect in that way. We have also adjusted our department meetings. So all of our related service providers meet on the same day, because there are times that we need them to be together and learn how the things that they're doing in the field are more alike than different. And so that it gives them an opportunity to work across disciplines and see how each other works and hear the same message at the same time and the same questions and process the content. We also then have our core team members meet separately, but sometimes the content is very related to that as well. As far as feedback, that sort of thing, we have got our staff satisfaction survey out. We looked at the data. Overall, it was pretty good. We learned that communication is still something that staff think we need to work on. So we are working on putting together an advisory panel to help us think about, okay, we do these things. What else would be helpful? Why are they feeling like they're communicated with well enough? And then as far as communication and feedback, we've also got a survey out to the districts, and we got that feedback. We just started looking at it this week. And that was positive as well. So that was a good thing. Got started on.
I'm going to flip over to page 2 and talk about the Lakes Partnership School. As a reminder to the board, the Lakes Partnership School is an elective type program that we partner with the Spencer Community School District to operate. The AEA staffs this school in the Spencer Community School District. So again, a couple of things at the top, talked about administration. We have dedicated one of our regional administrators to be the administrator of that school. That has helped, like on number 3, to help consistently with the practices of the handbook. We've actually pulled out the expectations for the district, for the AA personnel, and mainly for those. So, and even the parent, and they've gone through them and actually have them sign off. We haven't done that before. So it's very clear. We've also made sure that the district appoints to us who is the special ed teacher of record for this kiddo. So the communication is going to there. That wasn't always being effectively done. So we're ensuring that. I will just say the districts, it is been much more received of what they now know, the clarity regarding their expectations too. They just don't drop them off, that they're still part of that kiddo's education, even though we're helping to educate that. So we have, for the first time in a long time, as we look at transition, had a teacher actually come to the center to watch how our staff interacts with that child, so they know during the transition back to the district, some of the practices that our staff use that were successful with that kiddo in case an issue were to arise when they go back to their district. So we've made some progress there. We're continuing. I met with them yesterday. We're looking at what kind of information do we need back from our districts and back from the parents. So there's always been a survey. We're trying to get a little more meat out of those surveys than we have in the past. So that's where we are with that. If we skip down the professional learning down at number 9, the regional administrator has designed that professional learning. And then she and the lead teacher there are then determining how they will measure the impact of that learning. So on the impact of what they're seeing in the classroom from that professional development.
What's your participation rate on your surveys?
So I didn't do a percent on the, as far as.
How many respond?
So the district, I had 127 responses.
Okay.
And from a staff, it was probably closer to 65 to 70% response.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. So I was pleasantly surprised.
good.
Yeah.
Next item. The next thing that we needed to work on was Child Find. And so we have done a lot around this. We started out, we were going to embed the professional learning in our department meetings through those structures that we talked about earlier. And then we kind of did a pivot to get the content out more quickly. So we have partnered with Northwest AEA, and Angelisa has kind of supported us with that. And they are delivering that training to our staff with, they're presenting what was presented to their staff because they also had that as a topic to work on. And then we're doing room facilitation and application. So they streamed to us, and then we were in 2 locations. We just did that a week or so ago for one of our trainings, and it went really well. Staff really dug in. They really liked it. They were appreciative of the examples given by another agency, that sort of thing. So that was really impactful. We're also having staff, they did a baseline reflection on their current practice with evaluation reports. And what we noticed was that staff scored themselves less high in the areas of specifying student needs and then the development that goes into a quality IEP. So that was helpful information. It will also be interesting to see as they get more training, how they rate themselves if they think, oh, I thought I knew more than I did, or, oh, I learned a lot. So I think that'll be really impactful going forward. We're also looking at a random sample of those same reports and just seeing if we think if we score them similarly to see kind of the perception of the staff versus the perception of a team of people that are doing that. And when we do that, then we're going to look at trends again to see if it is those specific areas that need a little additional training and what that looks like throughout the year, but then also next year, what are the topics that we need to keep revisiting? In addition, the actual corrective action piece was around parts evaluations to Part B, special education evaluations and preschool evaluations about eligibility determination and placement. That was an area of need across several agencies. So we were able to have one of our people partner with a small team of folks across the state to put together preschool training that is kind of like a supplement to the other Child Find training that just goes a little bit deeper into that specific age group of children. That material was vetted back and forth through the department. It just got finalized like last week, and we're ready to roll with that at the beginning of December. We'll be getting that out to the staff that work on preschool evaluations.
Then the last required action is page 5 on the program evaluation. So as you mentioned last time when I was here, that We did reach out to the department for assistance in here, like the required action did say. Angelisa worked her tail off to try and find somebody to no avail of finding someone to assist us. So graciously, she offered her services, the director approved. So we've had the wonderful opportunity of working with Angelisa for the last month. So she's met with our team for one full day. We meet again on Monday. In the meantime, she is meeting with us weekly. I can't tell you how much we appreciate the clarity coming out of there, because sometimes the report wasn't clear of what exactly we were looking for. Angelisa has been a godsend for that to make sure we are on the right path. We had met with a different AA and talked through some of the things that they were doing here. I will just say that was this way. Angelisa, we're going this way. So we're glad it's Angelisa, because I'm like, oh, we would have been going a whole different direction than we probably should have. So we have got the leadership in place. Like I said, we've met once, we meet again on Monday. Chris mentioned that we did a customer service out of it, a survey. We will be looking at those results and reviewing those as a team on Monday when we meet, as well as looking at that needs assessment data with Angelisa and coming up with plans from there.
And actually, we had one more thing that I skipped over, my fault.
Okay.
The other corrective action, number 5, was around Part C, citations. It was corrected by the time the report was finalized, so the work itself was finished. However, we have put in place several measures to ensure improved practice. So our early access teams meet monthly, the first Tuesday of the month, to discuss timelines, students, transition plans, all of those kinds of things for the birth to 3 population. Then on the 4th Tuesday or Friday, staff get to choose. We will have an update and technical assistance session. So based on those Tuesday meetings, we have follow-up at the end of the month about things that we've noticed among the teams or questions that they had that we think maybe other teams would like to learn more about. And I do think, just to comment additionally to what Dan was saying about, it has been very helpful to have outside eyes that can be with us and consistent. I think it's good. Whether it's a school, whether it's an agency, you do what you do, and sometimes you don't know other things. And so I think it's been very impactful to have outside expertise.
Questions about any of the required actions?
And also you have a time frame as far as, or status frame as far as where you're at, and how you're progressing as far as progressing, completed, et cetera. Do you have a sense as far as when things will be completed entirely?
We're shooting we're really shooting for the end of the year that things will be out of place now. Some of, let's say, one of the surveys we're developing maybe on the transition into a program or transition out. That depends on if we have students doing one of those, whether we would have that data or not. So there's some of the things that are dependent on student data, but otherwise, we're anticipating the end of the year.
And I feel like we've made huge headway with the specific things around special education, the Part C, how we're doing evaluations. That's been a statewide set of work as well, which has been vetted and supported by the department, which has been helpful too, again, to feel like we're on the right track as a system to implement those materials. So I feel really good about the child find portions of it, or the special ed.
Having Angelisa meet with us weekly is huge.
Thank you, Angela.
Yes, very much. We appreciate that. Yes.
It's basically what challenges and opportunities have you found going through this process?
Staffing, always looking at the staffing and being short in some areas, and how do we do it if we're short on staff? Probably be number one.
I think something too that we talked about yesterday is being more kind of like explicit instruction, being more intentional with our staff. Sometimes I think they don't think what they're doing, what they're participating in is learning, or take it back and apply it, just like people sometimes don't do it, their professional learning in a school or other places. And so I think really having them think about what they learned that day, what they're going to do with it. And then next time they come back, let's do a quick little remember and, reflect on how change of practice or where the barriers were, the snags, and trying to implement.
Same concern we had when we were dealing with teachers, John. Taking what you learn in PD and using it the next day.
That's all happens until something happens.
Mm-hmm.
Heard rumors that, more than rumors, that special ed teachers are still very rare to find. Are you-
In our area particularly, yep, and I've got that data. Mhm.
Like it's more than your area, but
Mhm. Yep.
Rural just adds another layer.
And what we're finding too is if they do have someone in the position, they're not always fully licensed or they're very, very young. So, yeah, covering the position, maybe moving someone there because they have the license, but hasn't done it for a number of years because they need to fill it.
This is an aside, but can you speak briefly to the new special education teacher or conditionally licensed special education teacher series?
Yeah, so the regional team has put together a series this year for teachers who are new to the special ed teaching profession or are conditionally endorsed. And so we're using a flipped learning format. So we actually send out a video to those teachers who have registered for the course so they can watch it on their own learning time whenever it works best for them in their planning period or after school weekend, whatever they prefer. And then we have 2 coaching sessions throughout the month to talk about application of that content for the month. So we're getting really, really good feedback right now about that and how it's helping them learn how to be special ed teachers, and also trying to take some of that burden off of the AEA. I know like when I was a psych, I spent so much time trying to help new teachers just learn how to like write an IEP, learn how to write a good goal. So we're trying to address some of those kinds of procedural things for those new teachers. Did you have a question for me? You
No, it just feels so good to hear that the technical assistance support is helping move things along in such a positive way. And hearing that you think you'll have the work done by the end of the year, but is there an end to when the technical support is provided? Or how does that align?
You know, we've not necessarily discussed that. I think.
Her cell number. But there's no end.
You know, I definitely want to get them through their continuous improvement planning process and into how do we shift into implementation of our plan that we put together. And then we'll be fading that support, but we definitely need to get through that planning process.
I think a broader point is that the intensive supports are related to conditional accreditation, but we have partnering meetings every other week with all AEA chiefs and the leadership team at the Department of Education, where we work together on solutions to best supporting districts and students and families.
And John, if I can answer your question about opportunities, I'm kind of deep in their needs assessment right now. And I think one of our opportunities that maybe we haven't done before at the agency is really look at our data sets and how we bring gen ed and special ed data sets together and share that with staff to really say like, you know, this district was identified for ESSA and IDADA, you know, did you know this? How could we work together on this to really make a difference in student achievement? I think that's an opportunity we have at the agency right now that we could take advantage of.
I have kind of a random question. Just thinking about like the IEP plan of writing and things like that is, I don't know if school districts are talking about this or utilizing AI or just any kind of technology to kind of streamline and help kind of, I mean, I know that a lot of different people are probably talking about an IEP plan and what goes into it, but just it doesn't even necessarily need to be specific to IEP plan, just kind of taking some of that administrative burden off of teachers or anything like that and kind of streamlining things and just, I mean, AI is something I think that a lot of districts are using. I just didn't know if
Thomas is having a moment, so I'm going to let him address this.
Sort of exercise with caution.
Yeah.
Depending whether or not the large language model is closed, open, how long the large language model keeps the data.
Yeah.
If the large language model is open and the data and the large language model learns from students' personally identifiable information, then that's a FERPA violation.
Yeah.
And so there's using AI to sort of draft goals based on hypothetical data sets. Okay, using AI to draft a goal for a particular child, multiple problems with that. So or a closed large language model like that only looked at achieved data. and nothing outside of achieved data, that would be one thing. But I would hope that classroom teachers are not importing personally identifiable information from students, infants, and toddlers in the chat GPT.
I would hope not to, yeah. Yeah.
That's an open dialogue in the special education law space as well as the special education practice space.
Other comments or questions?
I just have one, on the final section about formalizing processes for program evaluation and creating an agency-specific continuous improvement plan. Can you speak to the process that you will undergo on your agency action plan, the PD plan, the professional development plan, and then the managed services plan?
Which one are you under? Are you on the last required action?
Are you on page 4?
At which page?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So right now we're in the middle of the needs assessment process. Once we complete that, then we're actually going to look at what are, given our needs, how do our current services align to those needs? Where are the gaps? How are we going to fill the gaps? So we'll use that to write our action plan to address whatever gaps we may have for the current services. How are we going to maintain or beef those up if we need more of them, right? So we'll have a conversation with our leadership team about what does that look like. So that will go into the agency action plan. We'll also use that then to identify our professional learning needs. So the team will use that to write the professional development plan, both internal and external. I'm going to have the team use the data sets to potentially identify like what's the professional development we need to be offering to the external groups and how might we use that to proactively provide leadership to say, here's your data set, here are some of your identified needs. These would be good things to address through professional development. And then I have in my brain still, not on paper, an evaluation for the current management services that we offer, and then having a conversation with the superintendents about, given this set of current management services, are there other management services that you're interested in receiving that we might need to beef up that menu? Does that address your question?
It does, and by we, you mean Prairie Lakes?
Yes, yeah.
And then.
Sorry, I'm a we already.
That's great.
And historically, to your point, we used to do that. Like we didn't last year. Had like the data set, each regional administrator would meet with each district leadership team and talk about, this is what we see. What do you see? What's your plan?
For Dan and Chris, is there anything within and I know you're still under progress for the needs assessment, data analysis, but are there any early indicators that you think are going to need to be priorities in those processes?
You had a couple.
As far as like, say that again. So
is there anything that you've already identified in that needs assessment data analysis that you think will need to be identified priorities and things?
Yes, there's somewhere. I did have a couple written down and I don't remember off the top of my head.
I would say, sorry to interrupt, but I would say a large.
Thank you, Tabitha.
Yep, I would say one thing would be English learners. So support for our English learners. It's our fastest growing population in our agency. And we know that our teacher or our school districts are struggling sometimes to find those qualified English learner teachers. So I know that's an area that I've seen from my realm.
Yeah. And is SIOP offered by Prairie Lakes?
We have offered that in the past, yes. We have not offered it yet this year, but it has been. In fact, we offered it twice last year.
Yeah, and I was just thinking in general, of course, we know we have lots of our districts that are designated as both for IEP and then their IDEA designation around literacy, but beyond like drilling down further than that, we have.
Other questions or comments? Sounds like you're off to a flying start.
Busy summer.
There we go. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 11 on the agenda is the preschool programs overview.
Just while Kimberly Bureau Chief Bellotti gets settled, this is in response to the question about a broader briefing preschool in Iowa when we over. So, yeah.
Hey. I'm sure.
Use the arrow.
Oh, there we got it. I got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, good afternoon. I'm Kimberly Bellotti. I'm the chief for the Bureau of Early Childhood here at the Department of Ed. Delighted and very appreciative of your invitation to come and talk about preschool, especially those represented from the Department of Ed's standpoint. This is a very large field in our state, and preschool is covered in multiple different ways. So always pleased to come and to share with you the hard work of our bureau. They are a passionate crew and always looking for ways to support our children and families in our state. So appreciative of that option. I would be remiss if I didn't start with a visual that shows there are multiple players in our state early childhood system. I think one of the things that my colleagues frequently catch themselves wondering about is we're used to in a K-12 system, it is the Department of Ed, it is a school system, it is the AEA system. In the early childhood space, it's much broad. And we have multiple partners who all play a role and have some responsibility, as well as interdependence and interconnectedness on one another to really provide services to children and families across our state. So I am focusing today on 4 entities or areas, categories from here at the Department of Ed. 2 of them I'm sure you're familiar with, statewide voluntary preschool program, Shared Visions Preschool. We also have here at the department the Early Head Start and Head Start State Collaboration Office. And we also have in our bureau, the Early Childhood Special Education Services that we partner very closely with the Bureau of Student Evaluation, Student Evaluation, Instruction and Services with Chief Betsy Lynn for our preschool special education services. Now, you will notice that words are a little bit different between the 4 of these. The top 2 are programs that are generally things that are available out in our communities. They're partnerships or opportunities of an actual preschool program and in preschool classrooms. The 3rd is italicized. This is literally a collaborative office. We have an employee, a consultant who works in this space who supports our collaboration with our Head Start grantees. I've italicized it to really call out, even though it's housed within our department, and we're very thankful and grateful for that. It puts us in close proximity with our Head Start partners. We have no authority in monitoring or accountability of our 18 Head Start grantees in the state. So we partner closely with them. We look for opportunities to collaborate with them. We do not monitor them. And then lastly, early childhood special education services. I specifically labeled this services because although we can go into districts or preschool programming and find specific classrooms focused and intentionally enrolling all children in that classroom with IEPs or individualized education programs, it's not typically the norm. And we utilize more of an inclusive philosophy and practice in our state where children who have IEPs are actually served in those 3 other entities above. The Head Start grantees that we're partnering with, our Shared Visions preschool programs, and our statewide voluntary universal preschool program. So we'll dig a little deeper, give you a little more definition. Statewide voluntary is our largest program. It's probably the most familiar to individuals in our state by its multiple different names. It's sometimes referred to as universal pre-K, voluntary pre-K, 4-year-old preschool, VPK. But this is the program that launched in the around 2007, 2008. And this is a state-funded program generated by student enrollment on account date, just like our K-12 colleagues. And then districts receive funding in arrear for themselves and any of their community partner locations at a 0.5 rate of the student state aid. So while a K-12 student will have 1.0 in funding, our preschoolers receive 0.5, so half of that amount. Shared Visions is also one of our state-funded preschool programs. This is much smaller. You will see some numbers here in just a moment. We have 48 grantees across our state. These are programs that have followed through a competitive application process, received a grant that's very targeted on offering programming specialized for at-risk factors. So these are children who meet some eligibility requirements or their family has had some circumstances that show some concern of at risk, and they are then identified as eligible and served in Shared Visions classrooms. Head Start, Early Head Start is, of course, in the early childhood world, this is the exemplar program that everyone wishes to be. They have such a tremendous model in serving both children and families with not only preschool services, but also really comprehensive services and engaging with families. We have numerous partnerships where Early Head Start and Head Start are also providing statewide voluntary services, a district partner. And they also may be a Shared Visions grantee and receiving additional funds to provide a longer preschool day. And then, of course, our early childhood special education services I mentioned earlier. These are our services that are provided to students who are identified and have an individualized education program with some unique needs and in need of specially designed instruction.
Here, Austin.
Oh, sure, please.
So what about programs that are not state funded? Are those for it all? Do you guys get any data on those or?
So we have some data that we partner with our colleagues at HHS for. Most programming, and we will get to this just in a few slides too, that may give you a little bit more scope in that question. Programming either falls under the Department of Education in the primary four that I described, or it's a program that's under the authority of HHS, Health and Human Services. We typically, if you were to talk to an early childhood provider or someone in our field, we would say it's a Department of Ed program, or anytime we say it's a licensed program. Our programs are typically not licensed because they are accredited and monitored through the department. Does that help a little bit? Okay. So here are just some general numbers. As I mentioned, statewide is our largest program with this is from 23-24 data, just over 28,000 4-year-olds enrolled. Shared Visions is much smaller with just over 1,100 3, 4s, and 5s in service. Head Start has just under 5,000 that was served in 23-24. And then we have about 40 at 23-24. 2023-24, we had about 4,100 students who had individualized education programs and were served in one of those 3 environments. The next piece is really where I get a little bit excited because this is our impact, right? This is why families are looking for opportunities in the early childhood space. They want their children to have experiences to help them learn and grow. So I pulled a few slides together sharing some data that shows the answer to the question I'm frequently asked. How do we know preschool makes a difference? These are some data points that we use to really show the impact in children's growth and learning. This is 4-year-old data from our statewide voluntary preschool program and our Shared Visions program. You can see here, we actually have a required preschool assessment that is in code that any programs that operate underneath the Department of Ed, and actually it's a voluntary option that other programs that may not be under our authority can utilize and use the assessment also. This required assessment measures 6 domains, and then we monitor that annually. We've done a great amount of professional development in using the assessment, in utilizing the assessment, and in data analysis. You can see here Our 4-year-olds in the 23-24 school year were doing very well. We, of course, because of our state focus, our governor's emphasis, our agency goals, are very much attuned to the language and the literacy development in our 4-year-old preschool program. It's strong here with 4-year-olds. I would be remiss if I did not say I think it could be stronger, especially with an emphasis in language, but that will come up in a future opportunity slide. So any questions about this slide? Here we have the same assessment represented, but this is the 3-year-olds. So these are primarily children who are served in our shared visions classrooms. They are required to use the same assessment. So we are seeing and monitoring their development and growth across the same 6 domains. Again, that language indicator makes me a little nervous. I wish it could be higher. It's a precursor in our early literacy development. So it's a focal area for many of the professional development opportunities that our team offers. We have been very, very fortunate that both Director Snow, our leadership team, and the governor's office have supported the expansion of the letters training that has been offered in the K-12 space to offer EC letters to our preschool counterparts. And they have been very appreciative and offered us great feedback on helping them think about, before we start to look at books or before we start to think about concepts of print, we have to be talking. And we have to be listening, and we have to be thinking about what folks are saying to us and what those actions are involving. And then my last data slide is really representing our children with and without IEPs as 3 and 4-year-olds. So this would be both from a shared visions and a statewide look. So a couple of programs together. This would be about those 4,100 students or learners that are represented. Here you can see the green is the students who do not have IEPs. The purple would include students who have IEPs. And of course, we expect a little bit of a difference in their learning. It's happening at a different rate. It's happening in different styles. But we still continue to monitor and we see growth over time. So we're pleased with this. That language one makes me hurt tremendously. And I can make sense of it in my head because we also know that many of the IEPs that are offered to young children are in the speech and language domain, because language development with really young children can sometimes be a little bit more challenging than it is with other children. I would also say that we've definitely seen an impact or an influence. These are now 3-year-olds who would have been potentially had been born during times of the pandemic. They didn't necessarily have a lot of opportunities. So we've kind of continued to watch that subgroup also.
My daughter was in preschool. They said they were referring a lot of, because she was born 6 months before the pandemic.
Sure.
6 months that works for them pretty much. And so they said that for speech therapy, because a lot of them were muffled sounds or face masks, so they weren't watching their.
The conditions were right to unfortunately slow language development, for sure, no question. So I put this map in here not to shock you. It's a little bit overwhelming. I totally admit to that, but it really does represent the broad impact and access that we've been able to provide in early childhood programming across our state. So first, I'm going to have you look at the colors on the background of the map. You see a lot of blue and an itsy little yellow in the corner. That is our one district that has not come on board to provide a state-funded, statewide voluntary preschool program. That does not mean, I always clarify this, they are providing preschool services. They are well established in preschool services. They happen to be a community that has a preschool provider that they have a tight partnership and collaborative effort with that they utilize for their preschool programming. So they have elected not to necessarily come into statewide voluntary to date. That's Kingsley Pearson. That is our statewide voluntary representation. So everyone pretty much glosses over the state 4-year-old opportunities and access to an early childhood opportunity. The next is the dots. So the blue represent service areas of Head Start. We have 18 grantees, but when we think about how broad their services branch out, this is the area of impact that they would provide. Then we think about the green dot, and you actually only see 2 sort of on the lower southern tiers of our state, which at first is a little bit concerning. Those are 2 of our 48 Shared Visions grantees. The real power is in the red dot. The red dot is an area where we have both Head Start and Shared Visions both offered. So almost double the opportunity, and then you pair on or embed in statewide. Those are areas of our state that really offer a tremendous amount of option to our families for their young children. The color that we pay the most attention to is that orange dot. We have 2 counties in Iowa, Mitchell and Hancock, that are very limited in their early childhood programming in the preschool space. They do have statewide in their district programs who are in that geographical area. But as far as Shared Visions grantees, some Head Start opportunities just with geographical distance and travel are not viable options. They are the 2 counties that primarily the Department of Ed, our bureau, and my colleagues in the Child Care Bureau at HHS pay close attention to, because we are constantly looking for opportunities to really expand that for families in those spaces. I will end here. Excuse me. I will end here with just 2 more slides to kind of give you a high level. I shared with you that map that really showed the extensive access our state has been able to provide, in particular to 4-year-olds. Because we have so many different types of programs, and because the early childhood system is so broad, it is very, very common in our state that programs rely on multiple funding streams. We generally talk about programs are looking for ways to braid the funding they receive to provide a full day of programming. There are not many programs with the funding that they receive, whether it's from the Department of Ed, a state-funded opportunity, some different preschool opportunities through HHS, Head Start funding. Their funding basically allows for a half-day opportunity, but they find ways to get an additional grant or look at partnership possibilities, and they provide us usually a 6 to a 6.5 hour day. They do that through this using a list of multiple funding sources, 4 of which are here at the Department of Ed, the statewide voluntary preschool, which would be our state funded, Shared Visions grant program, the Title I funding, and then special education funding. But to the user, to the districts and all of their community partners, they're having to use sort of a mix of this, as well as maintain the varying requirements that each of those funding streams have tied to them. And lastly, just some opportunities that our bureau and our system are focusing on. At the top here, you can see these are always sort of our focus areas. More recently, between myself and my colleagues at HHS, we're constantly looking at programming and funding opportunities. We were very, very fortunate and pleased to see the Continuum of Care grant that came out of Health and Human Services and had the tremendous support of the governor, Governor Reynolds and her team, to provide an all-day opportunity to 4-year-olds. So that was a grant that offered programming, funding for both preschool programming and a child care programming component. And so it utilized some of the DE programming, but also some of the HHS child care programming. We continue to look for opportunities for 3-year-olds. Those are limited in our state because there's not generally a funding stream to support three-year-old participation unless the child is receiving early childhood special education funding. And the child has an individualized education program.
Do we have any idea how many three-year-old special ed students there are?
I can give you that number after today. I will go pull it out of condition of ed. We do have the number. I just don't have it in front of me. But yes, we can give you. We also look at transition supports. We know going into a early childhood program, whether you're 3, whether you're 4, or even if you're talking about some of our early intervention programs where you're going in at 1 or 2, transitioning in is hard. It's a major change and shift in routine for families, as well as when you transition out and you're moving into another type of programming as the child ages. So we're constantly looking for those supports, looking for ways for folks to use data. Early childhood data is a fairly new phenomenon in the early childhood field. There's not a tremendous amount of research in that space outside of special education variances. But we have providers who have a wealth of data at their fingertips. They're just not necessarily seeing how it all fits together. You heard just a moment ago the conversation about using special education data or designations and general education together. That's what our preschools are constantly doing. We have a great opportunity in our state of offering dual licensure. Many of our teachers in the preschool space are able to serve and provide both general education and special education because of a dual licensure. It comes with some hiccups. I won't say it's perfect across the board, but it does really support our inclusive practices philosophy. It really encourages and supports having children with and without disabilities in the same environment and learning with their same age peers. And it also gives us opportunities to think about how the data hangs together, whether a child has an IEP or not. And then, of course, we continue to focus with our Credentials to Childcare Careers, C4 grant with the teacher pipeline, encouraging folks to get their CDA credential so that we have providers in the field. The bottom list then is some of the specifics that our team has been working on here at the department. The director referenced in her earlier message the revision of our standards, both our early learning standards and our preschool program standards are under revision. We continue to look for, and I would say the reestablishment and expansion of our Division of Special Education in the last year or so has really provided tremendous opportunities with our preschool specially designed instruction or SDI models. We have more folks who can simply go out and work with preschool programming to make sure that children are receiving the specialized instruction that they are needing based on their unique needs. We're working in sort of conjunction with that database decision-making with an MTSS pilot. We see lots of schools talking about and having data days and thinking about how data works together and what it tells us around need, what it tells us around celebration. We don't have always the same data in the preschool space. So we have been piloting, we're finishing up our second year and we'll roll out materials that are on the preschool MTSS model and thinking about preschool data sources and what they can and can't tell us in program options. Of course, we continue to support the Achieve system. We look at high quality instructional materials. We are following our K-12 colleagues and our Bureau of Academic I only know it as
Bureau of Academics and Learner Supports.
Learner Supports. Thank you. I couldn't get the S. Thank you. Tom Woods Bureau with our content experts at looking at high quality instructional materials, thinking about how we can help folks in some of the challenges that they can have in finding good matches aligned to our program standards and our early learning standards, quality of instructional materials. And our last one is really in the development phase, we have some metrics decided. I've shared with you, we have lots of different types of data sources. How that all fits together, it will never be the school performance profile. It won't, but it will be the preschool version. We are looking at some different metrics and how the data fits together and how that could be used to create a preschool accountability system. That's been one thing that Director Snow has challenged our team in several different conversations to think about. We had some other priorities with revision work that we had to focus on first, but we do have some plans for accountability coming up. What else can I tell you? What other questions do you have? I will get you numbers. President Robbins on that.
So when you're looking at numbers for preschool accountability system, would that only be for the ones that fall under DE, or would that include the HHS ones?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Would that only be the programs that fall? Oh, sorry. When you're looking at things like the preschool accountability system.
Oh, yes.
I mean, so would that only apply to programs that fall under D? I'm thinking because.
Excellent question.
Like my kids would not even touch the system. So when you're reporting this, my kids were not even in this.
It's an excellent question. Right now, we're still in a conceptual mode and looking at different metric options that we have. Conceptually, most of the indicators or metrics that we would be looking at would be those that tend to fall or are more predominant in DE programs, but they're not exclusive to us. So we have many other programs that may not be operating under our authority or necessarily coming to us directly for technical assistance, but they still have the data source. Many of them are still taking advantage of our required preschool assessment because it's a comprehensive assessment of high quality. We could apply most of those in various situations. What we would have to attend to is, as you're representing, there would be different weightings and potentially some different ways that we would think about how weightings may or may not play into that. If there were missing scores or missing numbers or values. We also have though, we have explored, so I've been in early childhood month in my whole career. I've been at the state. This is my anniversary month, 16 years. I was never going to be an administrator, let alone work for the state, but who knew? Anyway, I know our space really well. I am not as comfortable with the IQ4K, the quality rating system that comes out of HHS. I rely heavily on my partners at HHS in that space, but we have thought about programs utilize both.
Yeah.
Most entities, district or otherwise, have a responsibility and a role with Department of Ed. They also have a role and a responsibility with HHS. How could that IQ4K quality system in the childcare space be married or interconnect with Department of Ed?
I mean, I think that's
it's a need for sure.
Yeah.
It's definitely the desire. It makes me sweat a little bit when I think how to make that happen, but.
I think for parents too, because I mean, when I was making that choice, and it's a huge choice on where to send your kid to preschool, you know?
Absolutely.
And then we talk about 4-year-old preschool. I mean, my daughter was in preschool at 18 months.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you know, through my son at 2 years old. So I had to find a program, but those programs, like you said, were in 2 hours on a Tuesday.
Right.
It's not like, but then there are some people who send their kids to, daycare, and that daycare is incorporating these things. So then how do you choose that? And that's a lot more expensive. And it's like use all these choices. And then a lot of people who are all paying for this, took their kids out at 4 because they could put them in another program like St. Augustine behind our house, 4-year-old preschool for free. So they were like, why am I going to pay when I can just send them over here and get it for free? So it's like all these different things that people have to consider. And it's just like, why? I mean, it's just it feels like such a hodgepodge, and it's really, I felt like navigating it. It's really on the parents and just talking to my friends and just what do they recommend? I mean,
for sure
in the preschool, because I was talking to a friend who had kids that went through it and we loved it, but
sure,
my goodness, it's a lot.
It's a
navigate as a parent.
It's a great amount of information. It's almost too great.
Yeah.
Amount of information. And if you live in my world and work in my space, I can navigate that pretty smoothly because I know the lingo, I know the conversations. It's very hard for families. Absolutely.
And I guess for me, it was like, I can take we could work out a schedule where I could take my kid for an hour on a Tuesday or 2 hours, and we could also pay for it. But what if I couldn't?
What if you couldn't? Right. I was remiss. I want to go back. I apologize. I did not share one other detail that our state really has a great amount of factors, especially in preschool access and quality, to be proud of. And this is one more detail that I did not share. When we talk about statewide programming and statewide volunteering, that blue, not only is that including 323 school districts, that's also including 227 partner locations, of which 110 are faith-based, non-public school of design or category. 84 are childcare centers that are offering more of an extended day with an intentional preschool opportunity. And 22 of them are independent preschools that are merely operating for the preschool portion of a day and have no outside hours. That really does provide a wealth of options and choice for families. So we're very pleased with our partnerships that districts and our community have had. Anything else I can tell you?
Comments or questions?
Lovely.
Well,
I appreciate it.
money
Thank you
was
so
no
much.
object.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course.
I could spend it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, indeed. Thank you. I will send you some data to your question, and please let me know if there's anything else I can follow up on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then you will see Kimberly again. This is a great precursor to, in the coming months, the presentation of the program standards and the presentation of the content standards for preschool.
Preview of coming attractions. All
The
right.
landscape analysis prior, yeah.
All right, let's finish strong. School budget review.
All right.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Cassandra Klein. I'm the Bureau Chief for the Bureau of School Business Operations at the Department of Education. I come to you today to share an update of what occurred at the October School Budget Review Committee hearing work session. The committee met to hold hearings and its work session on October 28th. As always, they began with a number of informational items. For this hearing, it included committee member terms. This year, we welcomed new member Brian Gubbles as another public member. He replaces retiring Lee Tack after 18 years of service. Brian is an SBO from the field of about 16 years and is ready to retire next year. Patty Schrader is entering into her second term beginning this year as well. We moved on to the cash reserve levy limits. So in March of each year, we preview the preliminary cash reserve levy limits. And then in October, we received the final cash reserve levy limits for fiscal year 26 included 159 districts that had no levying authority, 160 districts who levied, 53 of those levied at the maximum, and there were 6 that could but chose not to levy. The total levy this year was $211 million. We also reviewed the new requirements for elected and appointed officials pursuant to House File 706 and training for Iowa Sunshine Laws, which are codified in Iowa Code Chapters 21 and 22. The committee also reviewed requests for modified supplemental amount or spending authority, which were made in fiscal year 25 based on anticipated amounts. When MSA or spending authority is awarded based on anticipated amounts, we then the following fiscal year verify that the amount that was awarded was fully used for that purpose. There were 2 districts who received such amounts in fiscal year 25, Ankeny and Clear Creek Amana. Both were able to prove that they fully used the award for the purpose that it was intended. The committee then began its action items, reviewing the late filers of the certified annual report, the special education supplement, and annual transportation reports. All 3 of these reports are due annually following the close of the fiscal year on September 15th. This year, we did grant 1 extension for Orient Maxburg, whose SBO fell ill, was hospitalized, and later passed away. They did file timely within that extension deadline, and so will not be required to appear. There were 2 districts who did file late the certified annual report. That is Adair Casey and South Tama, who will be appearing at the December hearing to provide that corrective action report. The committee also took action for 2 districts, Harlan and Hudson Community School Districts. to award modified supplemental amount or MSA for hazard abatement. Both districts mitigated asbestos, Harlan from its high school auditorium and high school classrooms and offices, and Hudson from the floor tile in their kindergarten wing. The committee also took action to accept the recommendation of the Certificate of Need, or CON, Committee Task Force to approve a certificate of need for Murray Community School District. A certificate is needed if a school district with less than 250 students total or 100 students in their high school want to use SAFE funds for construction purposes. They were approved to use $2.7 million of SAVE dollars to fund a $5.4 million project contingent upon passage of their GO bond at the election earlier this month. And that GO bond did pass as well. General obligation bonds.
Oh, man, you know the percent?
78.
That's
That's pretty good.
So if their student enrollment is above those numbers you cited, then they don't have to go through this process.
Correct.
Right.
The final action item for the committee was for Davis County Community School District. They requested and received authority to transfer from the general fund to their Student Construction Enterprise Fund an amount of $173 for student construction startup costs. The committee then went into its annual work session. There were 4 main topics. The first was a review of the GASB 54 standards regarding committed and assigned fund balances. We talked about the requirements from GASB and best practices around the state. The second item was a review of the continued need for the SBRC application. The SBRC admin cost application allows requests from school districts who have very specialized special education programs in their district to request permission to charge those administrative costs just for those special programs to the special education program itself, which means that could have an impact then on those special education deficits. Generally, the administrative costs are a general fund, non-special education expenditure. There was agreed upon the continued need for the application, and it will continue. In advance of the December hearing, we provided a number of scenarios regarding the changing or adjustment of special education weightings for each level. And as consistent with prior years, there just does not seem to be a scenario that addresses the overall deficit without an unbalanced impact elsewhere. And the final big item was a continued conversation regarding the spending authority threshold. So earlier this year at the January SBRC hearing, one of the members brought up, hey, what would a threshold look like? And so since then, we had conversations with the Finance Roundtable, who wrote a memo to the SBRC. They heard that as they received that memo in March. They challenged the Finance Roundtable again to converse. They challenged the department to come up with some recommendations around that threshold. And so there were a number of items that were discussed as part of that. First being the metrics that would be used as part of a calculation. So what are the 2 metrics that would be compared to set to then calculate a percent? And then if set, then what would that percent look like? So the department provided 4 different potential options. We also provided just a general distribution of what those look like across the state so they could see. And they really were about perfect bell curves in every situation, showing that distribution. We also talked about variances between districts and why not just the unspent balances would be different, but also why expenditures themselves would be different. There's a lot of the same overlap. So we provided a copy of the per pupil expenditures and context publication from 2020 or a technical assistance document, I should say. There's about 30 different examples in there of why school districts vary, schools vary, revenue sources vary, expenditure amounts vary based on economies of scale, the types of costs for programming, transportation, just really the outliers across the state, but in so many different areas that compound on each other. We also heard from 4 districts who we invited to appear before the SBRC to actually provide their local context. And so we thank Waukee, Norwalk, Davenport, and Fort Dodge for making those presentations.
So the final takeaways were to continue learning more. And so the committee will continue these conversations potentially at its January workshop. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments?
Just special ed deficits, you know, they're kind of. They're in discussion on. I live in probably the most conservative part of the state. The Dixon County Taxpayer Association is digging hard into special ed deficits. Because it's 100% property tax when you cash reserve those back. So. I just know, and now since they know I'm on the state board, I think we can fix all the problems, so. But it is starting to get a heated conversation up in my part of the state, so I didn't know the answer is to that, I guess, because I don't know if anybody's got a positive or I think everyone's pretty much negative now. I just thought I'd bring it up where the SBRC, what their discussions have been or.
Yeah, they definitely continue to have discussions about the same thing. And each December, they look at the special education balances as well as the weightings. And in odd years such as this, they will take up action to vote on the levels. And so one of the work session items that we prepare in October of each year is we just look at different scenarios about adjusting the weightings to see if there's some combination of changes to the weightings that might have an impact on the deficit itself. What we found though is that any local change to local property taxes has an equal or more change at the state level and vice versa. And so what happens then also is, and we do have about 35 districts who don't have a deficit, and some of those even have reversions. And so you have more than that would be hanging on to the money, right? And more positive balances, more reversions in order to try to, slice something more specifically for those. And so there's a bigger conversation, I think, about what we can do to help that. One of the things that we're also doing is we are increasing special education fiscal monitoring practices. And so the SBRC has charged us to look at those outliers, which we have done over prior years. And so the way that we tackle and review some of those, we started digging in a little deeper to some of those in recent years, and we're continuing to dig deeper this coming year.
Yeah, that'd be good because I think some of it comes to sitting in these IEP meetings. I mean, there's just a huge list of what they want in these IEPs, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing, right? But it's the cost that, and then as a former superintendent, we take advantage, and I'm just gonna be honest, of the authority. It's a double-edged sword, and so, hey, I'll run a deficit to get the authority. And well, the thing is, some of these taxpayer associations pick up on that. So, I mean, I just think there needs to be solid discussion around it.
I agree. And I think part of that is coding choices of the district too. Like you said, they take advantage of it because they can. Sometimes there are other opportunities, but they choose to leverage that differently. And so I think that's also part of the TA that we can provide on ensuring that they identify the choices and so that they can make that local decision that's best for them.
Be good. I just thought I'd share that since.
Thank you for the question.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we are adjourned.
Grace.